Well, hi. We're doing a fishing stream today. Chatted a lot more with people in the pre-live chat more than normal. So the plan is that, you know, we're what are we? We're 6 days yet before version 5.2. I was about to say 5.3, but that's because my brain is like, you know, that's the real interest. Well, to be clear, I am excited for some of the things in 5.2. I made the video about the reactions changing. You know, there's definitely plenty of things to muck around with and play and enjoy in version 5.2. But let's be real, one of the main things that's interesting about 5.2 is that in the first week we should be getting a whole bunch of information about, you know, the things I've been yapping about for literally, I think, at least half of a year. Probably more than half a year has been, you know, speculation on, hey, oh boy, it would be nice if we had some team-wide attack percent buffers in the game. And we'll see next week. Soon, TM. Yeah, so, fishing stream. The idea, I'm on poems only right now. We'll do poems only first. But the idea is quite simple. And that is that on my main account, I don't have the pipe. I don't have the fishing weapon for Furina. And the reason I never got that is because Fab is great. And I'm like 99% confident I'm still going to use Fab in the future on Furina. But the pipe is going to be... Why is there a glowing thing right here? What is this? I'm like 90% confident that 99% confident that I'm going to stick to using Fab on Furina, but I at least think it's important to have the pipe for a point of comparison on like Fab Furina versus pipe Furina for Furina's damage, right? Oh, it's a quest. It's just in the water. Is this supposed to trigger underwater? What is this? Okay, anyways, we're not doing this on this account. I think I must have already done this on my main account, but hopefully. Anyways, so yeah, I want R5 the pipe today. I want to get that done with. I don't know how annoying that's going to be. We're probably going to have to jump in co-op worlds, I'd assume. I think I have some fish already, to be clear, but not necessarily an insane amount. Hello. So, yeah, it's basically just we want to get the pipe. The Fluvschunder ferryman. And then the refinements, which is, you know, obviously important. That's not the refinements. This is the refinements. It takes... Okay, oh, you need the... Okay, so you need the blue fish for all of them. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how many I have. I really have no idea. At least it's... Okay. They're nice, and it's the same freaking fish for the whole thing. It's just, you know, different amounts. So, I have not planned out at all, by the way. I've not planned out at all. Be like, all right, here's the fishing spots that have these. Here's the times of the day they spawn at. Nope, no planning this stream. I did no planning because, you know, I don't know. I need the what else are we gonna do anyways? We're just gonna do fishing. So, and fishing and yapping, of course. Anyways, thoughts on the 5.2 weapons? The bow is an interesting weapon for, I mean, it's obviously made for Chaska. By the way, I went and helped, you know, sorry. This is a conversation related to weapons. I went and helped my brother because, you know, might end up getting Chaska on his account. So went through artifacts with him on his account for both Auroron and Chaska. And we got a good build going for Auroron for him, which is cool. But then Chaska was in a situation where he has Polar Star in his account. And despite farming, he's farmed a lot of the Natland domain. And despite farming a lot of it, though, he is in a situation wherein the rolls for the pieces he had in Obsidian just didn't roll well enough to make it make sense to use, like doing, the option we basically was like, okay, either you can like make one of the craftable weapons, either the Fontaine craftable weapon or the Natland craftable weapon for Chaska, or you can use Polar Star, but Polar Star wants you to have basically all the crit damage, and like it's because it basically caps out her crit rate with her crit rate ascension passive and the crit rate from the artifact set. So the point of this is that basically, you know, how I will very much stand on the side of like Mualani having, you know, Sacrificial Jade making your overcap crit rate on the artifact set is not really that much of a problem because of how many different stats are very valuable for Mulaney's damage. HP percent is very valuable, EM is valuable, ER can have value, and like doing Sacrificial Jade giving you more flexibility to build more ER to burst consistently on Mulaney is a potentially pretty significant difference maker that most people don't factor into the value of doing Sacrificial Jade on Mulaney. But the point is, like, Mulaney has a bunch of different relevant stats. And the ER thing is kind of similar, I guess, for Chaska. But Chaska is an attack scaler, and that means, you know, we got a Bennett situation, and that means attack percent, like the value of attack percent on Chaska compared to the value of HP percent on Mulaney is like, like, it's not useless, to be clear, but, and then EM is nowhere near the same value on Chaska as it is on Mulaney because of the fact that you can't trigger consistent reactions on Chaska. So therefore, Chaska's in a situation where if you have like a crit rate weapon like Polar Star and you want to do the new artifact set, it could be amazing, but you want all the fucking crit damage. Like all of it. All of it. You want all crit damage rolls. And like we got some pieces that were just like decent all around, but they weren't decent enough compared to the two-piece options that we had available on my brother's account for doing Polar Star on Chaska and a two-piece build. So that was my conclusion. I was just like, I just don't think it makes sense. Because he had a bunch of different options for two-piece builds. So, yeah, anyways. Chaska's weapon situation is more annoying than I thought. I think the experience you're going to have building Chaska is going to be, and building and using Chaska is going to be fairly meaningfully different. Whether or not you have a crit damage weapon, a crit damage bow, which is one of the 5-star bows, right? Or honorable mention to, I guess, the Skyward Harp, because Skyward Harp should be quite good on her as well. It at least gives you a little bit of wiggle room for crit rate stats, but also still has the same dang problem of wanting a bunch of crit damage, so but at least it gives some crit damage, right? And it doesn't like immediately cause you to overcap, so you have a bit of wiggle room. It's less bad as far as the stats you have options for. So yeah. Aqua best for Chaska. I mean, it's one of her better options. Aqua, Linny's weapon, and her own weapon are very good for her. So yeah, as far as the weapons in 5.2, her bow is mostly made for her, and it's interesting in that it gives some burst damage bonus and charge attack, a bunch of charge attack damage bonus. And then when you trigger a swirl, I think it gives some attack percent. So the swirl for attack percent is the most restricted part of the passive. The other part of the passive, I believe, is just based on having different element types of party members in your party to get the stacks of the bonus, and that makes it actually a kind of interesting stat stick weapon, I would say. I don't think it's necessarily amazing. If you want the most universal stat stick bow, probably that's still going to go to Aqua, and I doubt that's going to change anytime soon. But it's an interesting weapon. I think the 4-star is like quite interesting as well. I'm not gonna lie, like the 4-star gives so much charge attack damage bonus that it's one of the rare weapons that I'm like, it would be kind of cool to have R5 of this weapon. The problem is R5 of that weapon is going to be just as difficult to acquire as like maybe 3 or 4 copies of a 5-star weapon, because that's how they designed this game. Like 4-stars are pain to acquire when it's characters, and you increase that difficulty of acquiring 4-stars substantially when you want a specific 4-star and weapon banner, right? Like if you want a stupid Claymore right now or something. So is Chaska's weapon a good Sethos bow? It is weird. It's probably not bad. The burst damage bonus doesn't really do anything. It doesn't do anything at all, really. But the charge attack bonus is not bad, and it's a bunch of crit damage. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly think the 4-star weapon is almost more interesting for Sethos because it gives like 70% charge attack bonus at R5. But I'm not gonna go for it. No, that'd be silly. Can you give me the other artifact set, please? I'm not gonna go for it. That'd be silly. But yeah, I think the trigger condition is something weird, like aiming, which is why like. So that 4-star bow works with Chaska versus the like slingshot and almost bow don't, because they don't say aiming, they say like they calculate the damage based on a projectile, and Chaska doesn't technically have a projectile that happens. So anyways, Cheska's weapon situation is annoying, and I think it's an absolute dick move on Mihoyo's part to make Almost Bow and Slingshot passive not work with her. An absolute enormous dick move. So, yeah. Anyways, what's the other weapon in 5.2? Oh, the event weapon. Is that the only other one? Is there any other weapons coming in 5.2 that I forgot? You think this is the worst time to get Zhongli? I mean, I don't like Zhongli, so I don't know. I think Zhongli's value is probably still going to be the same. His conjunction of make you immortal, give you interruption resistance all the time, high uptime, and he does a little bit of buffing, is pretty high. But the more options we have in the game for different ways to buff damage and stay alive, the worse he gets, as far as a value unit for damage output. Like he's very rarely like the optimal unit for damage output in like a spreadsheet kind of thing, but he oftentimes for mini players might be the optimal character to use for damage output, just by nature of not having to, not having to dodge, not having to worry about being interrupted. Especially if you're like a mobile player, right? Like he has value, obviously. I don't like him. I think he has skewed many aspects of this game's design in a negative direction, personally. But there's no going back, so it's whatever. And, yeah. So, anyways, what's my point? I don't think Zhongli's value is meaningfully different than it was a long time ago in any other way than the fact that healers have a lot more value now by nature of Furina existing, right? So that's all there is to it. This, by the way, is good, and I would not normally feed this kind of artifact into this artifact. The reason I'm doing that is because I have something that's... I'll just show you. I got this literally yesterday, by the way, and I have this. Like, it's literally just a slightly worse version of what I already have. So it's not useful. And I have 100 other options in the set, so it's not useful in any way to keep that. I've been keeping a bunch of different, pieces in this set to like be able to have different options for combining stats together to make an optimal build. But I don't need something that's I don't need something that's exactly the same as what I had before. Wow. I think this is useless. Sorry. The side effect of spending so much resin in this domain, I think this is basically useless. I mean, it might... No, I mean... I don't know, it's weird. The problem is that, yeah, it's competing with this, right? And it's just worse than that. So, like, I know it's gonna hurt people, but, like... we unlock it. So, anyways, it's a great artifact, but I don't need it. This is the reality I live in on polearms only currently. It's not relevant. This guy has blurred his reaction to the artifact gotcha. Indeed. It's stupid. The standards I have on polearms only for an artifact, at least in this domain, is really, really high. That I get an artifact like that. That's an incredibly good artifact, and I'm just like, well, it's literally useless because I have better options already. So, yay. Oh well, it's fine. I don't even need to throw it away or any particular reason, by the way, because, like, I have a lot of excess XP, so I could lock it and keep it locked forever, but I also don't want to hoard 500 artifacts that I don't ever have a need to use, right? So anyways, that's polearms only for the day. Let's go on to my main account and actually get to fishing. But where's the thing? The turtle. Hello. Give me a second. But yeah, you gotta evaluate artifacts. Someone I think commented on it or messaged me on Discord, and I replied to them yesterday. If I'd ever make a video on like how I like evaluate artifacts, and I'm just like, maybe eventually, but it's kind of complicated because trying to teach people that there's never like a specific thing to look for. It's just evaluate compared to what you currently have situation, and that's a constantly changing line and threshold. And I myself, have to make judgments that might not even be correct in whether or not to throw away an artifact. Like, I've many a time thrown away an artifact where I'm just like, okay, this could be useful, but I think the risk of, like, getting, like, I need the XP and, like, throwing this artifact away in favor of, like, what I might gain from this new artifact is probably worth the risk kind of thing. So, anyways. You need it lighter and zenless. Right now, I'm not inclined to. A really big problem, I think, with stunners right now. Oh, by the way, I might have to leave suddenly for, like, a very, well, I shouldn't say very brief, hopefully brief. I'm waiting for DHL to come and pick up a package for me. And I have to, like, talk to them and hand them the package. It's like going internationally, so, like, the courier has to apparently inspect the package and whatever. So I'm, like, watching outside my window to see if DHL shows up. But anyways, what was I saying? Why is it crabs? Hello. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I don't know. I literally forgot. Oh well, brains work like that. Someone can remind me in chat, I guess. So yeah, let's go. Come back here, of course. Let's go over here, though. What in the world was I talking about before I got distracted? Oh yeah, lighter. The problem with lighter and, like, stunners and zenless right now, particularly S rank 5-star stunners, is, like, Caesar exists, and I don't know. To be clear, Caesar is not an incredible stunner, but I also, like, don't care about stunners as much. When I do really care about stunners, I've been perfectly happy using Anby, right? Like, the game has not been balanced in a way where I feel like is a problem. I have gotten no fish other than these. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, how many of these fish do I need? Let's see. So we need 6, 2, it's for 8, 12. We don't need that. Okay, that's not many. We need 12 of the bluefish. 12 blue gearfish. Rippling heartfelt bass. Okay. So blue heartfish we need 30 of. Okay. 30 of okay. 30 blue heartfish. And then 30 orange heartfish. And a whole lot of these ones, Jesus. 30 axe marlins, or not, sorry, not 30. I can math. 20, 24, 36. All right. 36 axe marlins. All right. Yeah, we probably gonna have to go in co-op. Chaska isn't single target from what I've heard. She is. Yeah, she's fairly single target. She targets different enemies with her bullets in AoE, which, like, her AoE performance is real bad, probably because she's probably even more inconsistent in AoE. Like, I just, yeah. So anyways, oh yeah, for anyone recently joining in, though I'm actually on my main account, we're fishing for the catch, not the catch. I already have the catch. We're fishing for Fluvshunder, the pipe weapon for Furina. Not that I actually need it for Furina, because I am very confident I'm still going to be glued to Fab on this lady. But I want this as a comparison point to show how Furina, you can go for a higher, like I like Fab for the easy weapon uptime. This is an extremely good, extremely universal build for Furina, that I basically never have to change off of, other than if I want to power it down on purpose, kind of thing. But, the pipe will give more damage stats to her, right? Because it gives skill damage bonus and crit rate, right? And actually, there's an interesting context of, like, the 16% crit rate this gives to her skill means I could have a compelling reason to, I don't know, switch to a crit damage circlet as the off piece. I don't know what circlet that would be exactly. I'll worry about that in the future. My intention isn't to level up this thing and actually test this thing this stream. I just want to get it for the purpose. Yeah, something like this I could use. Want to get it and test it, right? And I don't know, right? Just comparing a very good pipe build to a very good fav build, I think is interesting, right? So yeah. Anyways, Festering Desire Furina is still good. I don't have Festering Desire. I have not played, and I did not play in version 1.1. So Festering Desire is a fake weapon. It does not exist. I'm sorry. Anyways, I have no idea what the... Boy, it's been a while since I fished in Genshin. This stupid notification. Go away. Stop, you... whatever. What? I don't... Wait. No, you have to... I thought you had to equip the gadget. I forgot. You just had to click F to fish. That's how long it's been since I fished in this game. Oh, dear. Yeah, so like there's no actual need for me to do this because I am very confident I'm going to stick to Fab on her, but I want it as a point of comparison regardless for eventually. Is there blue gear fish here? I can't tell because the image is grayed out because they're dicks, I guess. And apparently I'm going... Does anyone know what food each of these use? Do I need the purple food for one of the fish? Oh, frick, I do. Axe Marlin use them. Well, okay. Thankfully, at least it says, I guess, on there. And this is the... Oh, this is the stuff for the gearfish, and this is, yeah, the heartfish. Okay. Okay. Well, give me a second. I need to buy the bait still. Hello. Nope, I have it. Okay. Cool. That's good. It would have been funny if I had to go fish for Madaga. Let's go craft it. I also gotta use my resin today. Let's not forget that, but... Wait, that's Sumeru bait? Interesting. The blue gearfish is only near Poisson? Okay. Then I guess we might have to go into co-op for that, but we'll see. I already have 6 of those, thankfully, so... Those are... I don't think those are going to be the most annoying one. Also, what's the poll at? Wow, is somehow 42% of people said yes, let's let Paimon talk? Interesting. But no, the democracy has won, and we will mute Paimon. I don't need that many. I only need 36 of these fish, so we'll just get like that many. Oh, that was... I forgot it made 10. I only needed to make like 3 of those. Okay. Well, look. I got enough bait to get all the marlins in the world now. Alright. Went to the bait shop and I'm like, I'm going fishing for the day. Give me $500 of minnows. And what? Okay. Anyways, that's it, Soul. You're joining me in 2,000 fish? Yeah, exactly. Let's claim our dailies. And then we'll go do, I think we'll go do... why am I... my brain's struggling, don't worry. I think we'll go do... the blue fish first. Yeah. Anyone use the Sumeru fishing bow? No. I think it's really good. Do I don't think I have it. I should have got it just for the memes or something. Maybe we will eventually. when I need to do another fishing stream, I'll just get the Sumeru fish bow just because it's funny looking. Yeah, no, that weapon's real garbage. It's really garbage. So, you know, 2,000 fish achievement isn't that hard. You just gotta watch something else while doing it. Yeah, that's true. The problem is, for you guys, you are, like, I am the one that is the something else for you to watch while doing it. If I'm live streaming when I'm doing fish catching, then, you know, I don't have the ability to watch something else. Why does it not show up when you just search fish? Why do you name your things so convolutedly? Like it doesn't show up. How does the number of fish you have caught achievement not show up when you type in fish? Ugh. Whatever. Where's the fishing? There it is. There it is. Because it's called ding ding ding, and apparently it doesn't search by this thing. But like, anyways, yeah, I'm only at the 500 amount apparently. So yeah, or halfway to the 500. You have less achievements. Yeah, I'm not very an achievement hunter. How many do I have? 832. Yeah. Anyways, let's go to you quick. Don't forget this. I don't think you have to do. Wait, do you? No, I don't think you have to do this daily. Or is this one of the rare events you have to do daily? If it is, annoying. I think they mostly stopped doing that though. So yeah. Poisson is a horrible fishing spot. I hate that guy who stands near it and has one voice line. Oh, really? Does he? That's funny. Okay, great. Well, thankfully, when muting Paimon, we'll have him muted too. Yeah, thank you for the resources. It is daily? Oh, yeah, okay. Why do they do that? That's really dickish. Like, don't do that, Mihoyo. Whatever. Mihoyo and their... we're just gonna make it so that, Genshin has the worst things and whatever. Why does Genshin just have all these problems? And meanwhile, they're just like they had the equivalent event for the first time in Zenless recently, and it was not like that. It did not force you to do it daily. So I don't know. Anyways, you could have just done it all in one go once it was unlocked. Whatever. I like it for like an easy source of Primo Gems that takes like 0 time other than walking to them, but like why force logging in every day? I don't like it. Anyways, this is ending in a day. Is there anything I should do on this? I don't know. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, by the way, because I might be a little bit focused on finishing the account fixing video this week, but anyways, we'll see. Let's go. We're gonna go actually farm artifacts because I still want either a onset crit rate circlet with crit damage for Auron or a onset attack timepiece. Right now I'm probably gonna have to use an EM timepiece on Auron, and that's not necessarily the end of the world. In some ways it might be more optimal. I'm not sure, but I really at least want an attack percent timepiece to test, right? And see if I notice a difference. So yeah, is Chaska better than Wander for single target? I mean, if you have C6 Fars, I don't know. I don't remember what amount of DPS Wander gets with C6 Fars on. If you don't have C6 Fars on, almost assuredly yes. So, you know, with C6 Fars, can you stop being blocked by the dead bodies? I think that like Chaska's going to be fine in the teams that make sense with her. Why do you got to give me these pieces that like technically make sense to keep, but I don't really want to keep? Like, you gave me the ideal support substats of like, hey, if I need an HP goblet on this set ever in the future, having crit rate ER might be ideal for Fab or whatever. So like, technically I should keep them, but I don't want to keep them. Anyways, yeah, C0 Wander with the non-C6 Fars on is indeed a bit weak. So yes, and the answer is probably yes. And at least, even if she only has one team that's kind of optimal, one team format, I should say, like doing Furina Bennett right now, I think there is high potential that Pyro Traveler Muika will be compelling teammates for her. And, you know, that's a good thing. I think Chaska's team diversity is going to go up at least a little bit in 5.3. Not 100% confident that. We'll see next week. And yeah, I don't know. As far as her single target damage goes, it should be better, even in non-optimal teams. Like, even if you're not using either Furina or Bennett in version 5.2 with Chaska, which is still probably, for most people, going to be a better DPS than Wander. But that's just because, you know, Animo DPSing is not great. I hope Pyro Traveler doesn't end up being nerfed or something. I mean, we'll see what they be. Can I get... Okay, I mean... I was gonna say, can I get an attack timepiece? And that is an attack timepiece, and it is 4-line. The problem... Well, I don't know. The problem is, like, I'm probably gonna run a non-crit weapon on Oron. And running a non-crit weapon on Oron means I would really like double crit, right? But it do be a 4-line that had relevant stats, so yeah. Yeah, if they end up having Pirate Traveler be strong in the first version of the beta, and then they substantially nerf Pirate Traveler throughout the beta, I will be mad, because like we really need they need to throw a bone if they're gonna be dicks and hold off the Pirate Traveler for lore reasons or whatever. They should throw a bone to the player base by having another compelling main character element type at the very least, right? Is my overall take. Even if I don't end up personally liking it, as long as they're good enough to like be a compelling character. But I don't know. Right now, I am still more interested in Pyro Traveler than I am Mawika. St. Lolly or Pyro Traveler are the kits I'm most interested in. Mawika is we'll see. Yep. Okay. Well, these were some artifacts. I should technically log this in case it rolls crit damage or whatever, but I don't care. I am... If there's any element type that is not... not any damage type of character that is not going to use this artifact set, it's going to be a physical damage dealer. so, you know, maybe I'll end up regretting not locking that or whatever, but, you know. Capitano, yeah. Pyro MC can't be worse than Hydra MC, at least? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's worth checking at least this. Like, I gotta sneeze. Or not. Oh, I was gonna say or not, but it's coming. Dang it. This is one of those awful sneezes that's like, it felt like it was gonna happen immediately, and then it was like, nope, nope. Okay, never mind. It's gone. Cool. Anyways, there's no good stats on this for Oron other than the crit rate. So, yeah, just roll crit rate, I guess. Easy. Easy. Okay, I'm gonna keep going because it's just in the funny territory, right? But obviously this is not an artifact I'm keeping. Oh, come on. No, I wanted 30% HP. Wow. Anyways, yeah, maybe I need to keep that because Lolly is gonna be a HP scaling shielder, but she also wants attack for damage or something because that's how Mahoya rolls sometimes. So, wow. Anyways, if you acknowledge the seas, it'll get scared and run away. True. Well, we'll have 40 more resin in a little bit, and surely we'll get what I need from that. Yeah, Oron right now. Did I put my artifacts on someone? I did. I put them on Goro. So, like, with Elegy, right, my Oron's sitting at 69-130 with 170 ER. Which is more than competent, but it's within EM timepiece, right? So, I don't know. And I really don't want to have to... I don't want to use elixirs for the support set piece, but maybe that makes sense. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of want to just return to farming heroes wits, and I know that's weird to say when I have, you know, 1,000 right now. But I still think I need to stockpile more. So, you know, I think like I've spent most of this patch farming heroes with some Mora, and I think most of next patch is going to be heroes with some Mora too. After other than the characters I level up, so it's going to be less next patch, but I still might have to do a lot. Anyways, yeah, oh well. Nothing's going to fundamentally change my ability to clear. I'll probably end up using the elixirs for it. I don't know. It feels so bad, though. It feels so bad. Whatever. What are we doing? We're doing fishing. Alright, let's go get the poisson. Blue gear fish. Is Oberon worth risking getting a 5-star? Probably not, but I don't know. His potential ability to be like I think it's go look at how many off-field crit based off-field damage dealers that you build crit on, right? That are 4 stars in the game. So, official Xiangling, right? And you can maybe give an honorable mention to Lisa. Xingqiu is like arguable in my opinion. We might do co-op later for fishing, but Xingqiu is arguable because like a large amount of the things he does that is important is not his own like damage contribution. In my opinion, even though he can be made to do meaningful damage, but it takes like a lot of investment. I don't think it's quite the same. Lisa's kind of the same, but even substantially worse. I'd say Kaya belongs there as well, but like, you know, you got Xiangling official for off-field crit-based damage dealers. Maybe an honorable mention to Rosaria as well. Kind of same grouping as Kaya though. Wherein like, yes, they can do some off-field damage, but not insane off-field damage, and they suffer from being cryo in the current state of the game. And then from there, what other off-field 4-star units have been released in the game? Like, not characters that do something off-field. Like, obviously Shevers does, like, supportive buffing, healing, whatever, from off-field. But, or shielding, or whatever. Like, Kuki, I guess, is the only one that I would say, maybe Toma, I guess, because of the same reason, but Burgeon, but it's a lot less relevant. Like, Kuki is probably the only one I would say realistically gets a mention for a 4-star since the very early versions of the game that does relevant off-field damage. I guess Farazan too, but only with the asterisk of C6. But Kugi because of Hyperbloom, which is like, it is herd damage, right? So, Beidou, yeah, I'm trying to compare to not, like, think about how long it has been since they actually gave a crit off-field damage dealer in the game. That's a 4-star. That's my point. And like, Kugi is not a crit off-field damage dealer. She just is an off-field damage dealer, you can argue. But like, yeah, like since the early versions of the game, like Rosaria, they just haven't. They just refuse, right? Because they know off-field damage dealers are good. Because they tend to be versatile and be usable in a lot of different teams. So they just don't release those as accessible units because they want them to be premium units that you pull for, right? They want the off-field damage dealers to be the ones you pull for. And like, I guess Dia can get an honorable mention, but again, not really that much actual meaningful talent damage from her. Unless you really spend the team into it. So, yeah, I'm talking about 4-star off-field damage dealers that are crit DPSs in particular. Now, a lot of what Oberon is relevant for is not just his ability to crit and get big crit damage or anything, but it's the conjunction of him doing off-field crit-based DPS and buffing. Because he can use the support set, and his off-field damage, I think, makes him potentially able to, you know, be used in Dendro team, so he could potentially give Dendro damage bonus, Electro damage bonus, Hydro damage bonus, all on the same team. Or, you know, there'll be situations like in Chaska. I think it won't be, like, it might require a little bit of weird setups, but I don't think it'll be that hard to get Pyro damage bonus, Electro damage bonus, and Hydro damage bonus going for Chaska teams, kind of thing, right? Getting 3 elements of damage bonus going is interesting on top of his AoE value. Like, as far as like AoE value, it's like it's situational, right? It's situational how relevant he's going to be as of a DPS, but just the fact that they're releasing a 4-star AoE off-field DPS that has pretty high potential team versatility, as long as, you know, you're bringing some. Well, technically you don't have to bring Hydra with him because you can technically trigger his passive just with other Natlan characters. Technically, I forgot to mention that in the previous stream where I yapped about him. But that's, I think, a relatively minor use case. Generally speaking, you're bringing Hydra, right? And that's his main limiting factor, is like what Hydras you got going on, which is the limiting factor in a lot of things in this game. None of these are the right ones. Go away. I don't know if they spawn different ones or not. We might have to change it to nighttime. It's at night? Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah, like, is it worth... So that's a good question, right? I'm glad you asked that, because I hadn't actually been thinking about it, and I should think about that, considering I'm going to make a wishing video, and the wishing video is going to be heavily focused... What did I just went... Brain. Okay, the wishing video is definitely going to be focused on Oron to a meaningful extent. So, like, I'm not 100% confident I'm going to title it Around Chaska or Oron yet. The video might be, will $100 get you C0 Oron, and it might not. So, anyways, let's not go to not nighttime. So, anyways, hey, they're the fish. Nice. All right, look at all them fish. We gotta do this one, I believe. Damn. There we go. Okay. What? Was that the wrong bait type? It was indeed. This one. Okay. So the what was this thing? Yeah, Oron being an off-field damage dealer that has relevance in AoE scenarios. Like, I think a problem many people have had is when they do abysses that want more AoE damage, some people might struggle to have team options that do meaningful AoE damage. And he's a 4-star that might help you with that, potentially meaningfully. So that's I think a pretty big deal. I think he is the most interesting character they've released in Outland to me thus far. All the other characters' kits are just like, they have interesting gimmicks going on or whatever, but on a mechanical level, they're just like fundamentally press skill, have some amount of time limit related to how many like points they generate or whatever, but ultimately it's just their gameplay is press skill, build up stacks, and then press button to get big damage. Like Mualani, Kanich, and Chaska, they're all literally the same thing, fundamentally. And like I want them to do like character kits that enable new potential teams that are relevant in situations that wasn't a thing freaking stupid decorational fish, man. Decorational fish should just be like a chance to get in addition to like a normal fish, and you should always get the normal fish, but whatever. I know you can technically avoid them by watching for the ones that jump or whatever, the decorational fish, I think. So, anyways, I think aim for the fish tail, they will catch faster. Wait, what? Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, they run away. So, anyways, what am I saying? Yeah, Oron is relevant. Should you risk going for a 5-star for him? It really depends on the state of your account. I do think he's a 4-star, and does enough relevant things at C0 that he might be worth risking for. But at the same time, there are, 2 5-stars, supposedly Sitlali and Mawika are releasing in 5.3. So, like, depending on the state of your account and what those characters do, there might be very compelling reasons to wait. Matakas, Dawn Catchers, and Crystalfish. I want this. So, simple answer, no. Yeah, because yes. The simple answer, yes, is indeed no, because 4-stars suck to acquire, and it might take you $500 million to acquire a 4-star because there's literally no guarantee system. You could spend infinite money and get zero copies of Oron. That is a possibility. And that's stupid, right? Statistically, $500 million will get you many copies of Sethos, Oron. But anyways, can we respawn any fish here? I think the daytime was just the gearfish we don't give a hoot about, right? So, Toma doesn't do anything outside of Inazuma. Also, you don't even have to switch to Toma, even in Inazuma, FYI. Yeah, it's just the crapfish. Okay. Oops. We'll need co-op shortly, indeed. We might have to go to more co-op worlds than I expected. Why did I go that far ahead? Whatever. You're at 74 pity, but want Run. Well, yep, then you should probably only wish if you want the 5-star. In my case, of course, I am fine with getting the 5-star. I think Chaska is interesting enough to work with, even if I do not like most of the specific decisions they made in designing her kit. I think she really lets me down because I so badly wanted a character that does what she does at a baseline, which is like a character that can do different elements of damage. Notably, I want an Anemo DPS that does that. But they restricted her in a way that just, I think, makes her ultimately relatively boring. Which is sad. So, because like what I wanted was a character that had versatility and different ways of being utilized, and this character is representative of kind of the opposite of that. Despite being very flashy and having a fun gimmick at a baseline. So, anyways, she's the of the Natlan character. Like, I don't hate any of the Kenichi or Mualani, despite them all having these like same fundamental ideas of their gameplay. I don't like that they all have the same fundamental ideas, because I think Mihoyo can do a lot better than that. But I think their gimmick is interesting enough to make them interesting characters, right? Like, and like both of them fill voids and things we didn't have before, and like their teams that they are usable in are different enough that like I think they fill a cool spot in where they belong in Genshin. And Chaska, you would argue, is the same, but I am the most disappointed with Chaska thus far. If she was the first one to release this in version, like if she came out in version 5.0 instead of in version 5.2, I'd be much more enthused about her, I think. But after seeing them do the same fundamental idea for 3 on-fielders thus far for the last, 4 months, whatever, it's been disappointing to me. So yeah. But I don't know. Like, if I end up getting her, I will probably end up enjoying her somewhat, I suspect. But I still think that it's likely I will get bored of her very quickly. She feels lackluster and rushed. I don't know. I think they knew what they were doing. I think they just really I don't think I need that, but I'll lock it. I think they just really did not want to give the players actual control over making her like she would. They were too scared of her being like too universal of a character, right? They didn't want to give a character that could like consistently do a bunch of application in different elements, and they didn't want to give a character that we could control what reaction she triggers, because like, hey, why do you need to pull for why do you need to pull for Mualani, right, to be your forward vaporize hydro on fielder, if you could just pull for Chaska and turn her into your hydro vaporize on fielder instead, right? That's, I think, what they were going for. They wanted to avoid that situation of having Chaska means you have a modal unit that invalidates their monetization model if they made her if they gave the players too much control over her kit and what she does. But I think it like invalidates the literal reason for doing the idea, and I think they failed, for me at least, because I'm someone who really values characters being. I want to look at this is like my frustration with Natlan kits in general, wherein like all the Natlan kits aren't like horrible at a baseline, but if I look at any of them and be like, okay, what kind of cool ideas can I have of using these characters in a fun, unconventional way? Like, my only idea for Kenichi was use the support set on him. And like, it wasn't great. Like, it wasn't very good. It was an interesting option of a thing he can do that gives him slightly higher value long-term, potentially, which is good. But the way he generates energy requires like a decent amount of field time anyway, so it's like a similar problem Alhaitham has, just slightly less bad than Alhaitham. and has slightly more relevance because of the artifact set. So like only Shallonen is flexible, yeah, but like Shallonen, my problem is she's mostly the same as other things we've had in the game already. She doesn't enable anything new. She could have. I've talked about this in previous streams, but they wouldn't have had to change anything about how her kit works. Just change like what kind of buff she gives, and she's an instantly way more interesting character that could have actually enabled new teams. And like she could have been a contributing factor to like making Cryo more relevant, right? The main example I've given is like, imagine if her C2, so remove the red shred from her base kit. Imagine if her C2 was in her base kit, but then her C2 buffs apply to all characters in the team and not just only the element types, right? So her C2 says like cryo characters get 60% crit damage. So imagine it was having a cryo character on the team gives 60% crit damage to the whole team. Suddenly, new reasons to use cryo units in conjunction with Shallonen are really interesting. That would be too broken, I guess. Okay, if it's too broken, then make the crit damage buff lower. It's just a number value. It's just a number value. And if it's too broken, they lower the value. They just made her Kazuha 2, right? And like, yes, she has some nuances that make her there's nuances to like using Kazuha or Shallonen in a given team. Like how much do you need healing? How much do you need grouping and the damage contribution from Kazuha? Like they did a decent job differentiating the kits, and she's not just like Kazuha power creep. That's not what I'm saying. But she's just a Kazuha variant. Like they didn't try. They went with the literal safest option they possibly could have done. And like there's not that much that's like the only interesting thing with her is that they did make a way to like DPS her, but like DPSing her isn't amazing. Like the fact that you're pushed towards basically having to cloud retain her to get meaningful damage contribution from her on field is unfortunate, right? And is telling that they didn't want you to actually be able to like use this character as a DPS. It's just a fun thing you can do. And I'm glad they did that. I do think Shallonen is the most interesting character they released so far. But like there's a relatively easy path they could have taken to making a character that actually enabled new teams. And like Fontaine was such a wonderful year in like engaging me creatively for like new ways to use different characters. Like so few misses is what I would describe it on a simple level. Even the characters I didn't like, I like the ideas. Like Linny, I'll be honest, I initially didn't like, but I've come around to, I actually really like the idea of Linny because of the fact that he's basically, you can conceive of him as like I think they should have done better like in making there be like a special visual representation of this. But basically think of Linny as like, instead of a typical pyro DPS where like you get more damage in your pyro unit by having hydro on an enemy. And then triggering vaporize, which you can technically do with Linny, right? Instead, Linny is, have pyro on the enemy to make you get more pyro damage. You can kind of conceive of Linny as he's doing a pyro on pyro reaction. And if they had actually made his kit have some kind of visual representation of like, I don't know, an explosion of magic cards or something, like playing cards or Magic the Gathering cards, I don't know. When you do a pyro on pyro damage, like some kind of more flashy visual representation, I think could have made his kit more enjoyable. But and I don't like his like overall the way his gameplay feels. But on an idea level, that's really cool, right? That's really cool that they're like, oh, what if we make a unit that gets more damage based on just attacking enemies that already have the element that they are? Like functionally, that's just a pyro on pyro reaction. He gets bonus pyro damage from attacking things with pyro instead of like he gets bonus pyro damage by attacking enemies with hydro, right? That's the difference. Yes, Lynette, in my opinion, is one of the flubs on Fontaine design. But like overall, the 4.x patches were freaking amazing. Even the characters I don't like, I think they had cool ideas. And like Fontaine, all the baseline ideas in the Natlan, not Fontaine. All the baseline ideas in the Natlan units have been so boring. Like flashy, they have fun gimmicks. Like I'm glad Mualani exists because it's cool that we have a unit that is this fun option for like getting really big damage numbers. I think it's very cool that they made a hydro DPS that is made around forward vaporize. So the higher scaling from triggering vaporize with your hydro, right? And then they made her apply less hydro and you're reliant on like pyro appliers. I think that's cool. I'm glad she exists. But like the baseline idea isn't like anything new. She doesn't like enable new teams. She's not fundamentally different from when I was doing Forward Vaporize with Yelan, right? She just plays in a different way, in a way that's more enjoyable. I'm glad she exists. And Kenichi, I'm glad he exists because of his intersection of the weird rotational grapple gameplay goofiness. Ultimately, like, though, like, again, it's just like what can I do with this character that's truly new? And like a problem Kenichi had, to be clear, is that like, I still maintain this opinion, I, generally speaking, on a mechanical level, get more enjoyment thinking about the ways to on-field Emily more than Kenichi. Like, if these are both Dendro... Like, fundamentally, I'd say, like, this is a Dendro DPS made around burning. Like, in that... Not necessarily in that burning has to constantly happening. Same thing with Emily. You don't have to have burning constantly happen. Like, these are both Dendro units designed around playing Pyro with them. But one is an off-fielder and one is a non-fielder. That's what they're both made for. I'd rather, generally speaking, do fun things around, like, I've gotten more enjoyment out of, like, thinking about and playing around with teams that use Emily on field more, and like, in conjunction with her low cooldown burst and trying to do more burst activations and, like, how much damage her burst can get when you're, like, standing in Bennett buff and you group enemies together with Kazuha is, like, really fun to try to, like, do that. And, like, it's situational how relevant it truly is. Obviously, Kenichi's a stronger on-fielder, but, like, that's my point. It's like I can have all these ideas of different ways to use Emily, and Kenichi's like, you do the same thing always with him, right? And same thing with Mulan, you do the same thing always with her. And that's my fundamental issue, is like, they've been going down this direction of just like, they managed to nail the formula in Natlan of character kits that can only be used one way, and that way is the way that Mihoyo wants you to use them. And any other way is not really relevant. That's the direction they've been going down, and it's like literally the opposite of what has made me enjoy this game's mechanics. Because what I've enjoyed with this game's mechanics is how much of a playground it is for me thinking of different things I can do. So, yeah, there we go. That was a heckin' rant. Fishing. We've done very little fishing in an hour. Good job, me. All right, did I mark down? I have this fishing spot marked down, and I have none others. Okay, for some reason, why did I have the fishing spots marked? I had the fishing spots marked down on polearms only, but not on this account. Oh boy. Okay, well, that's annoying. Apparently this is a fishing spot. Oh my god, what can I... Yeah, just go here. But yeah, anyways, I want them to make kits that have... that allow me creativity in thinking about team building in the game. And the Natlan units have not been that for me thus far. So, I don't know. They've all had, like, interesting gimmicks. Like, they've done an excellent job of giving them really good gimmicks. And that's kind of it. Hello, friend. What? Can you stay over here? Yo, stop. Also, this enemy is making me want to rant about their enemy design as of late, which is, I think, another major problem Genshin is having lately. Fontaine's enemy design was not amazing, I will say that. I think Fontaine's enemy design was very hit or miss. I had a fishing spot marked here. Why? Why did I put this here? Boyd's. What? Oh. I know what that means. So, anyway, here, I'll give a... I don't know, I was going to say I'll give a shout out. I don't know. Yeah, I'll give... There you go. I'll say congratulations or whatever to whoever can guess why did I put a sticker here that says Boyd's. Anyways, anyone know what Boyd's is? I know what it is. It's not a fishing spot. Okay, we'll go to the lady because that has a fishing spot. But if you want a hint, I guess it does. Yes, it has to do with the fish tornado. There's no need to explain. I mean, I think there is a need to explain because people don't know what Boys is in reference to unless you're familiar with what Boyd's is. It is a thing. It's a math thing, by the way. But, yeah. It's an example of like a math, very much like a math principle thing that ends up showing up in nature in the way that animals behave. And because it's a math thing, you can implement it pretty easily in computers, in video games, and, you know, have a bunch of like fish graphics things, and program them in a way that ends up looking quite natural, like many fish species do in real life. Because it turns out they're just kind of following the thing. But yeah, it's an algorithm. It's called Boyd's algorithm. Let's see. And this is probably I'm not 100% confident that like Genshin is actually doing Boyd's algorithm for the movement of those things. It could be, it's very likely it's a more baked in thing for optimization for performance reasons, rather than an actual simulation. But the graphical representation is probably, like there's a good chance they made how those fish look and when they're moving around with Boyd's algorithm, but then the way they actually implemented it is in a more baked in way to save on performance, right? God, background noise. Yeah. Boyd's algorithm. Google it. I think there's like a, is it a 3 blue, 1 brown? Boyd's 3 blue, 1 brown. Oh no, it's this dude, yeah. Yeah, this is the video I watched.
Hi everyone, in this episode of...
Yeah, go watch this dude's video. This is a great channel.
Coding Adventures.
Oops, I just somehow... what am I doing? No.
Hi everyone.
Yeah. Bam. There we go. Can you go to the toilet? Yes. Bam. Anyways. You're welcome. That's why I named that Boyd's, because I believe I watched that video. I think I actually watched that video at some point, you know, in the past few years. And then I saw that in Genshin and I was like, oh, that's cool. Boyd's algorithm. And I put a sticker. That's why that's why it's there. Okie dokie. There is 2 types of heartfish here, and yep, that's as well as the other one. So yay. We need this, I think. There's no heartfish right now. Wait, did that switch it mid-cast or not? Can you switch it mid-cast? By the way, playing web fishing makes me really think they could have done a better job. Like, not that the mini game is bad. Like, it's a perfectly adequate fishing mini game of hold the button, but like, part of the problem is like there's literally basically never any risk of actually losing the fish in Genshin. So I don't think it's the most compelling gameplay. But go away, Gearfish. At least it's something that, you know, engages you. It's a perfectly fine, simple fishing mini game, but I think they could have done better, right? I think they could have done better by making it more engaging and not having Paimon screaming in your ear, so you have to turn off the dialogue. Like, I can't believe they haven't just removed that. Like, they should just remove that. Like, come on. Who likes Paimon screaming there when fishing? Yeah, thank you. Apparently I did not finish this. Excited for TCG event in 5.2. Don't they do like a TCG event every single patch? I always ignore it. I'm sorry. I just don't care. If I want to play a card game, I'd rather play Magic the Gathering because it's a game I already have knowledge on and I enjoy. Well, to be clear, I don't want to spend the money on it, but you don't have to spend money to play Magic the Gathering. You can find communities that just like play without spending money, right? With proxies, would it be in person with proxies? Most people, if you're just playing normal casual Magic, in my experience, be like, hey, do you care if I use proxies in my deck? They're just like, nah, go ahead, dude. We're playing to have fun with the game, not trying to force people to spend thousands of dollars in trading cards. So, you know, I'd rather play Magic the Gathering. I'm sorry if I'm going to spend effort thinking about a card game. And on a gameplay level, I had fun with it very briefly within the context of Genshin, but it got relatively boring. Really? It says there's other fish here, though. And yeah, this, by the way, this being part of the fishing gameplay in this game makes fishing a lot worse. Like, fishing is just, it's really bad. Quite frankly. By the way, I had to refresh my YouTube chat and it deleted, this is the first time I've seen this happen. It deleted, like, all of the messages from before when I refreshed it. Also, this poll is still going. We can stop that poll. So, if anyone said anything before, like, 3 minutes ago, I can't see it anymore. I can't scroll back. It's just gone. It's just deleted. like, okay, YouTube. That's the first time I've seen that. Normally, when I refresh the chat window, it has like the full history still. So, anyways, how do you know about Boyd's? I think I mentioned that video. I watch lots of, you know, I don't know, what do you call the math, science space of YouTube, that niche, and programming stuff in general, particularly from that one dude, Sebastian Legue. Yeah, I don't know, whatever his, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's like G-U-E. Okay, well, it's a Frick You game. Like, it says there's supposed to be different fish here, but it only spawns the, like, I want these fish, right? And it's just showing gearfish. Off the top of the head, best, worst enemy design in Fontaine. Oh, good lord. Worst goes to that plunging local legend. But I am biased towards being negative against that because of how much it's shown up in Abyss and how unfun it is to fight. In my opinion. Okay, well, you have to fish those ones. Yeah, I get that, but that's like bad. It's really dumb. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to. Whatever. We'll fish out these ones while we then I'll look up. I'll have to look up where the other fishing spots are. Yeah, if you what kind of enemies I like the most in Genshin? Aggressive ones that like you have to actually pay attention to what they're doing. But also like I don't know. Genshin has a little bit of problem in like for example in Zenless. I'm gonna compare to Zenless because I think it's a good example of I think better enemy design overall. Enemies moving around a bunch in Zenless is generally speaking not as much of a problem. It depends exactly, but sometimes it's annoying depending on. There's some enemies that like jump back, the big like mech suit enemies, but the this is a decorational butthole. Not that it matters. You have a lot of like quick assist abilities in Zenless that let you like essentially teleport to the enemy that is being targeted, and therefore like Zenless has a lot of in-belt movement mechanics, right? Genshin, the movement mechanics is relatively rare and only in individual character kits, so you have more a situation of sometimes like just ranged or damage dealers can be a lot stronger because of enemies that move around a lot. So I don't inherently think it's a problem that enemies move around a lot, and I would, generally speaking, prefer more variation in how they design enemies that move around a lot compared to you know, their over-reliance on shields, or like what they're doing with Fontaine, or sorry, not with Fontaine, with Natlan, with like the stupid white shields that, you know, incentivize you to use Night Soul damage, or kind of stroke, or just a crap ton of application. Like I don't like their over-reliance on shield. I don't like their over-reliance on shields, generally speaking. Leave this spot. Well, look, let me finish my yap. I think shields can be fine when done right and in the right balance. They've created interesting, challenging situations in Genshin. So, like, I've actually warmed up to shields on enemies over time as a mechanic. But, mostly because of the fact that it's usually... You might be surprised how often you have a surprising amount of, like, different ways to get application out to deal with the situation, but it really just depends on the given shield type and enemy and how big that shield is, and there's various problems with it. The fact that, like, coordinated attacks don't work on shields is extraordinarily stupid. But anyways, point being, I would like enemies that, you know, I have to pay attention to, and aren't just like a situation of work around optimizing my damage output kind of thing while they mostly stand still, and I just have teammates that make me functionally immortal, generally speaking. So, anyways, like I think Tulpa is representative of one of the better enemy designs, wherein like there is like mechanics that you have to deal with that restrict what teams you choose to use around Tulpa, which is like how that's just a thing like with the gotchas in general tends to be. They tend to design enemies that incentivize you to use particular types of characters, and that's fine. I actually think that's fine on a gameplay design level for these games. But then Tulpa is like a thing that I like. It has layers of mechanics to interface with to prevent it from doing its thing. So we're just not going to get any fish, are we? That we want here. So, like it's on a very individual, case by case basis. Oh, DHL is here. I will BRB. BRB. Here, enjoy a turtle. That's not a turtle, but enjoy it anyway. I'm back. Hello. How many viewers did I lose? All of them? Good. I didn't want you here anyways. Hello. Is Capitano twerking inside the eclipse? Surely. By the way, I wish that took slightly longer than I expected, because the instructions, full story time, I guess. It's a yap stream. Actually, first let's have a stroke. Let's Google. See how long it takes. Fluve Sonder Ferryman. Just search that. Let's go on this adventure together, I guess. This is not what I needed. I needed how to get. We need catch. No, I know what fish I need to catch. Okay. Where? Why? Really? This is why I don't like Game 8. Like, why you do this? I googled this and I selected theirs because I thought they would have an easy link to, like, here's some images of where you should go for the fish you need for this weapon. And they're just like, LOL, here's the information the f***ing game tells me. I don't need what the game shows me. You idiots. Why do you do this? Stop. Yeah, I know they have that, but it's not linked here. Like, I googled this weapon, and it should have been linked in this thing. So, yeah, we're going to the interactive map. Because, frick you, Game 8. Genshin, map sample, whatever, website. Fishing point. There's only 58 fishing points in the game. Also, get rid of all these chests. Jesus Christ. What? Why is there still chest showing? There's still chest showing. What are these? Oh, they're remarkable chests. For some reason it didn't show up when I searched chest. There we go. Get rid of them all. Alright, yeah, this, I think the last time I used this was on Polems only, and I was looking for whatever. Or no, I used it to find the last one of the things. We're in Outland. What are we doing? Okay, we're going to Fontaine. My brain is working, don't worry. There's a fishing spot here. Okay, let's go check that one quick, I guess. See if it has anything relevant. I'd rather do this manually. Alright. Oh yeah, so DHL. If you follow my stream at all, you might have been aware that, like, my expensive headphones that I really like ended up committing suicide in the same way they had originally committed suicide, but, like, the first time they died. So full story is I have Miscellaneous is the headphones. I bought them because I really like, just, like, when I listen to music, like, I like vibing to music like anyone would, like, as background audio, whatever. But I also like just specifically listening to music sometimes. And taking in, like, all the details of a song, whatever. And it's pretty cool having, and I wanted expensive headphones because I wanted endgame headphones that would make me not really want to buy 100 different types of headphones. Like the reason most people get into the expensive headphones, like Meze Imperium price tier, we're talking multiple $1,000 headphones, is because of the fact that they just get so into headphones, they end up buying a million different headphones, and they eventually just creep towards that multiple $1,000 price point if they can afford it, right? Like, that's the type of people. I wanted to buy those headphones because I wanted headphones that are just like everything headphones. And they were great for everything headphones. They weren't, like, perfectly analytical. I wasn't going to do professional work on them. But generally speaking, for almost everything I listened to on them, they sounded amazing. And that was cool. We need, I think, this for the hard fit. Which one was which? I forgot. That's the angler. Yeah, okay. And that's great. But when I first bought them, I used them for a few months, I think. and then randomly one of the drivers stopped working. Like it just overnight, no explicable reason, it just stopped working. And conveniently though, that was, you know, right around when the headphones were about 2 years old in total, because I bought them used. But they were still under warranty according to Meze. And even though I wasn't the original owner, they were willing to, thankfully, because they didn't have to technically honor the warranty since I wasn't the original owner. But thankfully, like any competent, good, not shit garbage company does, they honored the warranty because it had a freaking serial number and it was a multiple $1,000 headphone set that just died within the warranty period. So they repaired it. And when they repaired them, they replaced both of the drivers, so the left and right ear, the part that makes the audio the most expensive part of the headphone. Not just the expensive part; it's also expensive to make the part around it. But, and like good on them for doing that, right? When they didn't technically have to. It left me overall with a positive impression of Meze. And like it was a one-off fluke of like, yeah, okay, the things die sometimes, right? Hardware dies. And it didn't think much more of it at that point in time. Yeah, there we go. So, oh, hello, other fish. But then comes 6 months ago, which is conveniently approximately, I think slightly less than another 2 years since I had gotten the first initial replacement. What happened? And they died again. And now they are obviously out of warranty. And they were like, okay, blah, 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 whatever. It'll be $1,000. And I paid $2,000 for these things. And notably, now that they've been out for a while, you can buy used pairs of these headphones now. I paid like $2,000 originally. You can buy them for like $1,200 to $1,300 US used now. And really, no, go away, Gearfish, dude, it's right by. Oh my god, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so like $1,000 when I could buy a entire separate set of these headphones used for $1,300, right? That was the core issue. And by the way, the same exact issue happened where just overnight one of the drivers just stopped producing audio completely. I have no idea why. I checked to make sure like a solder joint wasn't like dead or something. Okay, switching the bait mid cast doesn't work. And nothing obvious, right? Just a random driver failure. Is that really worth it? Not really, but I'll get into my reasoning and whatever in a bit. And it's not necessarily logical reason. It's just I want nice headphones too. So no, if you don't really enjoy music, don't buy multiple $1,000 headphones. Obviously, it's stupid. But do I, of the expensive purchases I've made in my life, I'd say those headphones are ones I regret the least, for what it's worth. Meze Empyreans is what the headphones. So, yeah, and like they died twice in the exact same way, right? The headphones died twice in the exact same way, the exact same kind of driver failure where they just stopped producing audio in one ear completely. And that's weird. And it was different sides, by the way, each time. So like, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, they'd be $1,000 to replace both drivers, like replace the core component of, and I don't know what their actual end cost is, how justified that is. And to be clear, that includes shipping costs to Romania, which like I know from the invoice I got, they paid $200 in shipping from United States to Romania, and it's probably $200 the same way. So like, to be fair on Meze, as far as the price they quoted me for that, is not cheap to ship. It's not cheap to ship. So like, they should just make a modular headphones that we repaired ourselves. Yeah, I will. So what I ended up doing, so like for 6 months I was just like, okay, it's not worth $1,000 for me to like I'm not down, because like they were like, oh, it's $1,000, we'll replace both the drivers, because they do driver matching. High-end headphones tend to do that, because driver matching just, you know, it's just, how much does it actually matter? That's like big old it's basically just the reason it's is like human ears are like different, so making the drivers each one of your ears is like potentially shaped slightly differently. That slightly changes the way you might perceive sound. So drivers being matched to sound exactly the same as each other isn't necessarily, in my opinion, hyper important for most headphones to do, and that's why most headphone manufacturers don't do it, because it doesn't really matter when the ear itself is shaped differently and changes the way things are perceived. But anyways, high-end headphones tend to driver match, and like, you know what, they're making a multiple $1,000 headphone. I get why they want a driver match, but it's a little annoying in the context of replacing one driver in the headphones, right? Them saying they have to replace both of them when, you know, hey, would it be... So basically what I emailed them after like 6 months, and this was just a couple weeks ago, I was like, hey, can I just pay like $400 and you replace one driver and it won't be driver matched? I'll be fine. Like, I would rather pay $400 or $500, right? I would rather pay half the price and get a working set of my really expensive headphones rather than having no working headphones at all, right? That's basically what I was like, and I had like a whole argument of like why you should do this. And by the way, I have a video planned that I might still make, and it might actually end up having a positive note at the end. But it's ultimately like a video that's going to be like, don't buy these expensive headphones unless you're willing to lose all the money. So, and it's mostly a counterpoint to like the logic that part of the reason I bought them and I was willing to buy them was because Dank Pods really made a video about them. And it was like, yep, well, they're really expensive, but they're forever headphones. Like, that was his overall argument for like expensive headphones. Even though they're really expensive, you shouldn't necessarily buy them because, like, yeah, they're expensive, and you can get 99% of the experience of $2,000 headphones for $500, right? I wouldn't say 99. I would say you can get 95% of the experience of Meze Empyreans for $500, right? You can pay a quarter of the money to get the vast majority of the experience. Oh, frick. But his argument was like, well, what you're getting in these is potentially forever headphones that are super comfortable. You can wear them as long as you want. Yada yada. Looks expensive at cheap quality. No, they're not cheap quality. They're really good quality. They're well built. Like, I don't think Meze is intentionally making their products fail after 2 years. But at the same time, I think it's a side effect of just the planar magnetic driver technology, quite frankly. I think planar magnetics are just inherently more likely to fail. And they said they're going to do, by the way, they said they're going to do an investigation to hopefully give me a more clear answer on their guess as to how they failed, in order to tell me in case there was something I could do. Because maybe, I don't know, like, usually I left them sit out on my desk, and maybe the sun shone through the window and like made the stupid planar magnetic membrane heat up and warp a little bit. That killed it, right? Maybe that's what killed it both times, is the sun just shone on them when they were sitting on my desk, and maybe I just need to leave them on a headphone stand. And like, can you, what is happening? Was I not using this? I could have sworn I was using that. Or I just keep on scaring the freaking asshole. Thank God, Jesus. So yeah, I think it was just the drivers are fragile, and like I'm guessing like maybe I just can't let them sit. I don't know. Like, I was never using them in an environment where like humidity was varying greatly or heat was varying greatly. So I don't have a good explanation other than like I don't normally put them on a headphone stand because they're just like my normal use headphones. I just took them off, put them on my desk, and I put them on my head, and I put them on my desk. Like, I'm just laying down. I didn't throw them around. I never dropped them from the top of the building. They fell from the desk to the floor, the carpeted floor a few times? Yes. I think that's normal use though, right? Like, I think planar magnetics are just more fragile. So it's fine, right? But I definitely might still make that video about like how people shouldn't buy these. And like basically it's meant to be like a counterpoint towards Dank Pod's argument, and I really like his content. I think he's a great guy. I've met him in person once. But I think his argument about the expensive headphones is wrong. to be clear, I think he might himself have realized that his argument back then was wrong, because he made a video about the Meze Empyrean 2s, and he basically said outright, you shouldn't buy these headphones. He didn't make any argument this time around with his newer video. He didn't make any kind of argument about them being forever headphones, which is good. But I still might make that video eventually. Regardless, what I ended up negotiating with Meze, they said they still wanted to do like both drivers. They didn't want to just send me one driver for like $500, but they offered $800 to replace both drivers with a new warranty, which, and I told them this, I was like, I don't know how much I really value your guys' warranty when these headphones just might commit suicide shortly after the warranty period, right? Like my worry in me paying them to replace these drivers is like, am I just signing up for a subscription for these headphones? Are they just going to inevitably kill themselves conveniently every 2 years? And then I'm going to have to pay, you know, we'll be optimistic and say every 4 years, I might have to pay $1,000-ish to replace these drivers. Like, that's not great. I didn't sign up for a subscription paying $1,000 every 4 years. So yeah, and yes, most dynamic driver headphones, every dynamic driver headphones I've had are perfectly fine. Like, I had freaking the headphones I'm using right now, my Sennheiser, they're just like $100 Sennheiser 598 SE headphones. Good headphones. They're nothing crazy, but they're decent open back headphones, and they're pretty comfortable. And I think I just get unlucky. Okay, unlucky is what I had once, but the same exact issue twice, and both times it was in a similar time frame. I don't think that's, I'm not going to assume the same exact problem happened to me twice at similar time frames to each other are a sheer coincidence. I don't think it's intentional design on Meze's part, but I think it's a design flaw in planar magnetic drivers. And like it's a consideration when you're buying expensive headphones. And planar magnetic drivers have a particular like aspects of them that they're like, there's a compelling reason to buy planar magnetic headphones, but they're more likely, as far as I can tell, to kill themselves. And so what it's down to, right, is like I'm of the opinion that I don't think people should buy Meze's really expensive Meze makes some nice, like really nice quality, aesthetic, very comfortable, like dynamic driver headphones for like $300, $400. The 99 Neos and Classics, but I don't think people should buy them, because I don't think they're if the planar magnetic drivers are this fragile that they have a tendency to die every few years when you use them pretty heavily. Like, I was using them probably a good average of 5 hours plus a day. Well, maybe, I don't know, that might not be quite correct, because like 5 hours of wearing a day doesn't mean 5 hours of constant audio production, right? As far as like wear and tear on the planar magnetic membrane, if normal wear and tear is what causes the self-destruction of the driver, right? I don't know. Hopefully they'll be able to give me an answer what actually caused it. If it is normal wear and tear, right? It like I was a relatively heavy user, and I haven't seen that many other people that use Empyreans complaining about them self-destructing. I found like one thread that has like maybe one headphone, like one thread on like a headphone forum that has maybe 3 people total that are complaining about Meze Empyreans that had a dead driver after a little while. Like the exact same problem. But I've also been able to find threads like that for other planar magnetic headphones. So I think it's a problem with just, again, the planar magnetic drivers and not necessarily Meze specifically. But in my opinion, if you're going to sell $3,000, $4,000 headphones, your warranty should be longer than 2 years, right? Like, quite frankly, I think the reason they're not going to offer more than 2-year warranty is they probably know that planar magnetics have like these problems. And if their end conclusion is just like they tell me that, oh, it seems like the reason it fell is just the planar magnetic membrane, whatever, blah 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 blah, then that I suspect their answer after they investigate is just going to be something along the lines of planar magnetics are more fragile, and that's probably part of the reason they don't offer long warranty terms. It's because they know they might just self-destruct, and it'd be too expensive for their company to guarantee, 5-10-year warranty on these things. But quite frankly, I don't care. If they're selling $2,000, $3,000 headphones, offer a longer warranty. I think at least 5 years would be the realistic minimum for that expensive of a headphone. So you may have electric powers in your brain that the headphones can't take for longer than 2 years. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know, right? But anyways, I chose to take their offer of $800 to repair them. And again, like their end cost seems to be that they're paying like $400 plus whatever it costs them to manufacture the actual drivers. Like I don't know what Meze's end cost is to fix these things. Meze might actually be losing money in this exchange. So like I can't really fault Meze's specific attitude really with this. So we're done here, I think. Did I put a sticker down there? I don't really think I needed to do a sticker. Well, no, I'll do a sticker here because I might need to go and co-op. But yeah, the DHL process though. So they gave me a shipping label, and I should have just, in hindsight, I should have just asked them to let me take it to the DHL store because like I think there's a DHL store relatively close by. But instead they scheduled a pickup, and I just didn't think about it. I didn't think about being like, no, let me just drop it off instead. But they scheduled a pickup, and that's why I had to go meet the courier for that. But then the instructions on the so I spent like a bunch of time sealing the package nicely. There's one fishing spot over here. Interesting. I spent a bunch of time sealing the package and everything, and then I read one of the things that they included in the printout, and like it was like, don't seal the package. The courier needs to look at it. And I was just like, God damn it. And then the dude just showed up here a little bit ago, right? And then I'm like, hey, the instructions told me not to seal the package. And he's like, oh, well, they go and look at it at the actual depot. I don't look at that. And I'm like, well, okay, let me seal the package. So I sealed the package, cut open the package because the instructions said not to, and then the driver needed it sealed anyway, so I I sealed it again. So that's why it took longer. There you go. That's the story. And hopefully I'll have working headphones again, and hopefully they won't die in 2 years and 1 day outside of the warranty period. At the very least, right, now I have officially paid Meze money, and they've given me directly a warranty. My hope is that even if they die slightly outside of the warranty, they'll honor that, right? But we'll see. Obviously, if they die 5 years out of the warranty, I don't know. I'm not assuming they'll live, but like, the ultimate reason I decided it was worthwhile was because of the fact that the number one thing that told me that it was worth it to pay for them again is the fact that I was constantly thinking of buying other headphones. And in fact, I bought some other headphones. I bought these cool headphones called the Nectar Ambrosias, and they're interesting headphones. I think for how they sound, for how they cost about $300, $400. And they're made by they're just made by one dude, like a one-man shop. He like tunes the drivers themselves and like makes the headphones themselves with some like 3D printed materials and a few like stock materials. They're not like premium headphones, but they sound really good for their price. Unfortunately, they were a little bit uncomfortable for me, and I found ear cups that make them a little bit more comfortable. They also have a sound signature that I don't quite like for certain kinds of music, which is unfortunate. So like they weren't quite what I wanted, right? So I bought like new $300, $400 headphones. I don't remember exactly, and they weren't quite there. They were like really good sounding for what they were priced at. I really liked them. The Nectar Ambrosias I enjoy, but like they weren't what I wanted, right? They weren't this universality of comfort and sound quality and just enjoyable sound for whatever I'm doing. That the Mezes were. They didn't quite like they didn't reach that threshold. So I constantly felt myself still wanting the Mezes, right? It is what my end conclusion was. And I found myself, instead of like being like, oh, let's get the Mezes fixed, I found myself just looking at headphones. So I was like starting to consider buying more headphones. And I was just like, wait. And I had the realization a couple weeks ago. I was just like, wait just a second. How about instead of, concerning myself with all these new different headphones that I don't know will meet my standards or not, let's just talk to Meze again and see what they can do for me. So that right, like yeah, I felt myself getting into the headphone rabbit hole, and the very reason, like I mentioned before, where like what I wanted with the Mezes and what they fulfilled for me was like the Meze Imperiums made me exit the desire to have more and more headphones, right? So like in some ways the Mezes saved me money for several years by making me not want to buy any other audio products. So that was my end conclusion. It was like I felt that coming back, where like now I was wanting more. I wanted to try more headphones to like cover the needs, and like I just want the Empyreans back, right? That was the end conclusion, and hence why I've decided that, you know what, frick it, $800, I get a warranty officially through them. We don't need to tiptoe around. Oh, you were technically a secondhand buyer. Like, no, now I've paid Meze, and hopefully they'll be, you know, amicable in the future. If they die again, is basically my hope. I keep forgetting which one is which. Yeah, that's the anglerfish. Okay. So anyways, that's my headphone story. What do you do when you go out and forget to bring any headphones? I mean, I have AirPods as far as like going on walk or hiking or whatever, on the go headphones. Like, you know what's funny? I'm not kidding. The headphones that get the closest to the experience of the Meze Imperiums, with just being universal, this makes most music sound really good, and I like using the headphones, is unironically the AirPod Pro 2s. The AirPod Pro 1s to the Pro 2s, like I only bought the AirPod Pro 2s because of the fact that the AirPod Pro 2s had a freaking USB-C port on them. When they did that, when Apple did that change. Otherwise, I was using AirPod Pro 1s, and they were fine for the conjunction of mobility, and like sounded decent, and like were good mobile headphones for convenience purposes, right? But the AirPod Pro 2s, right, were just they're just really good. They sounded so much better than the AirPod Pro 1s. I did not expect that, and I was glad, because, you know, it was very questionable to pay for AirPod Pro 2s when the AirPod Pro 1s still functioned for me. But I was getting very annoyed with the Lightning port, and it being like the only device I had that needed to be charged with a Lightning port. So I wanted the USB-C port, right? And I could have bought a new case instead, kind of thing. But anyways, yeah, AirPods. Yeah, AirPods are just e-waste devices. Like I can't wholeheartedly recommend AirPods with how much Apple's designed them to be e-waste devices. They have a very finite lifespan with their tiny batteries that are going to die over time. But for how they sound so damn good and are very convenient, pocketable headphones for the price, like, wow, good job, Apple. Honestly, they sound really good. So the main problem is, though, those are not desktop headphones, right? I want, like, if Apple made no, their stupid AirPod Maxes don't count. If Apple made, you know, a variant of Meze headphones that were wired headphones, which they never will because it's Apple, they're obsessed about wireless, and even in the context where you don't want to use wireless, like I'm sitting at my damn desk, and I don't want to deal with Bluetooth wireless bullshittery. Like, yeah, anyways, oh yeah, it's not very good. So, yep, my ideal combo of headphones, I guess, is my point, is my at-home headphones, Meze Imperians, for whatever I do on my computer in particular, and then, no, all Gearfish, and then my on-the-go headphones are AirPod Pro 2s specifically, and that has been a very nice balance for me. That has made me not really desire anything else as far as audio goes, with the only exception being, I'm sure in the future I will probably get some, like, I don't think I'm gonna go crazy. I'll probably get some, like, decent studio monitor speakers, and probably a subwoofer, I assume, with it. I actually think I know. My guess is I actually think I have a web page open. There's someone selling some used ones, which maybe I should contact them, but I don't have the desk space right now is the reason I'm not going to buy them right now. The Yamaha HS5 studio monitors. I found a listing on a used audio website. Someone's selling them for $250 for both of them, which is pretty dang cheap. They cost about $200 each, I believe, new. And then I'd buy like a sub or whatever. But Would like to have some decent quality speakers eventually, but in particular, because like one thing I neglect when editing is checking how like my video, like my audio situation sounds not on headphones, because I mostly edit on headphones, and things can sound different. The balance of things can sound different on not headphones, and you need to adapt some things around that. We need to go look at the thing. Where's my map? There it is. So, you know, I've been neglecting that, but no one's complained really, so I haven't worried about it. It's not a priority for me. Where's the fishing spots? There's one. There's one right there. How many are there? There's like 1, 2, 3. There's actually a surprising number. Okay, can we just let's just mark the fishing spots so we can stop switching to this. Okay, so there's one here. Fishing spot. Okay, and then there's one right there. Okay, that's a little bit of a goofy spot, but sure. All right, and there's one over here. Where is that exactly? That's a little bit north. Okay, north of the harbor. And there's one. Oh, there's a sneaky one hiding right there. I see you. I see you. Need to get through these a little bit quicker. It's taking too long to like have to like go back and forth between. This is why. Okay, there's the one in the middle of the water. I think it's like on a boat station right there. And then there's one right here. And let's see. I need to be on the right thing. Okay, so we got that. Okay. Oh yeah, the fishing lady one. I don't think I need to mark that, but you know what? No, we don't need to mark that one. I think I can remember that there's one there. 2 more, I think, is just these 2. Nice. Okay, cool. We're done. Do that. And then the last one was over here. Why do I have a star there? Chest. All right, sure. We'll go to there eventually. All right, let's go. We're going to go get this one, and then we'll go, oops, to the fishing lady one, and then we'll go get this one, and then we'll go this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one. And then we'll go, yeah, there we go. That's the plan. All right. AirPods Max? No. The AirPods Max are not wired headphones. Those are not wired headphones. Those are just stupid wired headphones that are stupidly heavy. I've used them. They sound decent. But they're overpriced for what they are. They're very overpriced for what they are. Like, they sound a lot worse. They're more expensive than my Nectar Ambrosias and sound a lot worse. So I don't know. I don't really think they sound. I actually haven't. I compared them to the AirPod. Like, they sounded better than the AirPod Pros ones. I don't actually have confidence that I would prefer the sound of the AirPod Maxes over the AirPod Pro 2s. So, anyways, yeah, I don't think I'm muted. So yeah. You prefer AirPod Pro 2s over the Max? Yeah. So I haven't directly compared them though. But then yeah, they're not actually wired. Like, you can charge them while using them, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't, actually, now that I think about it. But no, the AirPod Maxes are a garbage product, I'm sorry. Battle Pass polearm? What? What are we talking? What about the Battle Pass polearm as well? Zulefit? What do you mean? Are you asking a question? Oh, is there an EM polearm? I see. Oh yeah. There's Dragon's Bane if you need EM stat stick, or you have the Battle Pass weapon. I see. All the AirPods we get back at work with warranty issues. By far the most common are AirPods Max and 2nd gen AirPods. I'm not surprised. AirPods Maxes are pretty notorious for dying. Like, by the way, I have seen many people complaining about them just dying. Like, similar to how my Mezes die, except for the AirPod Maxes don't have the excuse of being planar magnetic headphones. The AirPod Maxes are dynamic driver headphones. Oh yeah, I never finished talking about how like my HD 598 SEs that I'm using right now sat in storage in a very bad environment in a trailer that was not well sealed, and like the cushions had to be like were kind of gross. Like thankfully I was able to just wash them, but like they had things growing on the ear cushions. I had my Sennheiser HD 600s also in storage in the same spot, and those cushions were completely disgusting. Like they look like mold. They didn't look like headphone ear cushions. They looked like mold. And I don't think it was mold. I think it was some other thing that was growing on them, but it looked like mold. It looked utterly disgusting. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. And like, yeah, I should not have left headphones stored there for that long. They both work. They both work and they sound good. So Apple's freaking dynamic driver headphones, like a very proven and hardy technology for headphone technology, like very long lasting. You can do horrible things with these headphones and they'll generally live. And Apple just dies. Like Apple effed up. And also, Apple has a very bad track record for owning up and fixing products that commit suicide. Whereas, like, at least Meze, if you're, you know, within warranty, will, like, not deny your warranty. Whereas, like, Apple will do everything they can, from what I understand, to generally speaking, deny responsibility for their products, which is so dickish. So, anyways, yeah. I didn't know headphones were biodegradable. Well, I don't think they are. But I think what happened is just, like, the humid environment and the fact that the ear cushions, right, they're like a porous material, right, because they've got foam. So it's a porous material with a bunch of air pockets that also hold moisture well, right? You can see why there might be things that grow in that. They weren't growing on the plastic; they were growing on the ear cushions. The plastic was fine. So, anyways, yeah, the point is, I had multiple pairs of headphones, and while the ear cushions were gross and needed to be mostly replaced, both my I have Bear Dynamic 770 Pros, and two different Sennheisers, and they're all like not super expensive headphones, and all of them were perfectly fine. Sitting in storage in an environment, sitting in storage in a trailer in Minnesota, which has really big temperature variations, really big humidity variations over like the course of like a year and a half, 2 years. They sat in that situation for 2 years and they were fine. So, yeah. Anyways, point being, dynamic driver headphones are pretty hardy. So Apple has no excuse for their headphones just dying, and not just replacing them, even when they're out of warranty. But it's like a lot of people that are, to be clear, are like, their headphones are dying out of warranty. And Apple's like typical shitty warranty of like, oh, you bought a $500 product or a $3,000 MacBook, you only get 1 year warranty. Oh, some design flaw that starts killing our keyboards or whatever starts showing up after 2 years. Well, sorry, you're out of warranty. It's clearly not a design flaw. We should like Apple's done so much cancerous shit for like not owning up to their own design flaws in their products. Anyways, what fish was here? The axe fish. Okay. So yeah, I would not buy AirPod Maxes, even if they could just be used with a wired connection, and were super comfortable to wear for like 8 hours straight. I know they're not the least comfortable headphones or anything, but I also don't think they're the most comfortable. So yeah. Anyways, that's my vibe. Headphone rant, there you go, because that was all definitely required to explain the DHL situation. No, I could have explained the DHL situation without the headphone rant, but it's in my mind, so what else to yap about anyways? Apple is just cancer itself. I don't know. Apple makes some compelling products, I think. This was probably the wrong spot to go to. Whatever, we're already here. Apple makes some compelling products. Like I said, I really like the AirPod Pros 2s. As much as I like it's hard to recommend them because they're just e-waste. They're inevitably an e-waste product. I think the balance of like convenience they offer for their price and whatever is really, really high. There's definitely like other manufacturers like have caught up, and like there's other wireless headphone earbuds that are. Oh, I already did this one. Stupid. So like it's not like. yeah, it's definitely, it's not like you can't get other wireless earbud products that compete with AirPods closely. But I don't know. And to be clear, the AirPod Pro 2s, by the way, work on non-Apple devices. I use the most of my time using AirPods has been on non-Apple devices, actually. Apparently, I've not gotten the yuck this year. Yoink. Oh, the fish are gone. But yeah, so as far as products I like from Apple, I can understand why you like Macs. Right now, I think the products that actually are good from Apple, I do think there's compelling reasons to choose iPhone over an Android device. And so like I still think their iPhone line is relatively good, and they've been going in a good direction as far as making iPhones a bit more repairable. They've been less cancerous than they used to be in the past, right? For iPhone repairability, and notably Apple has done like an exceedingly good job at supporting their devices. Like, as long as you don't throw your iPhone into a lake, and even if you do, there's plenty of stories of people like recovering iPhones from being thrown in a lake and it being fine. But as long as you don't throw your iPhone into a lake and never recover it, it's quite possible you could probably use an iPhone that you buy now and it lasts like 5-6 years. That has not been my experience with most Android devices, despite how there being many things I like about Android devices over iPhones. And yeah, there's the ecosystem baloney. I don't personally care about Apple's ecosystem stuff for the most part. This is the, yeah. We'll check what our fish counts are in a little bit here. Well, no, we'll check our fish counts after we finish getting all the spots in my world. I almost failed that by exiting immediately. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like other Apple products I think are compelling. I think most of their Macs are overpriced, but I will say, like, because of Trump impending tariffs, I'm very tempted to get a Mac Mini, because it's a $500 tiny computer that could actually be, because I have a minor issue in that, like, if I want to do like editing, for example, if I want to say I could record video on the week, but like my parents are going on vacation, they want me to watch the dog, right, or whatever else, I have like a $500 Windows laptop I can use technically to edit, but it's like, it's not very good. It's not very good at editing. It's not an enjoyable experience. The Mac Mini is like more portable than that $500 laptop I have. Like I already have an external display, and like the Mac Mini would be cheaper than that, and substantially more powerful. Like Apple has actually made a compelling value computer with their new Mac Mini, which is a rarity for Macs. It's particularly funny comparing the value of the Mac Mini compared to like the iMac. The iMac looks like hot trash value compared to the Mac Mini right now. So anyways, I think that's a valuable product from Apple right now as far as price for what it offers. MacBooks, I understand why people buy them. I think they're generally speaking overpriced, and for how most people probably need to use their computer, a MacBook is far more than they actually need. Like, I think a lot of Apple's MacBook sales, let's be real, comes from like, you know, college students and whatever, and Apple brain rot mindset. But like, most of those college students just need their computer to like write essays or whatever the frick. So, you know, they could use a Chromebook for $200 to achieve the same damn thing for the most part. Not the tariffs. I mean, look, the tariffs are probably... Look, Trump is a freaking crapshoot of a human being. As far as doing anything he said he was going to do, I think it's likely he's going to implement some number of tariffs that are likely to affect electronics pricing. So, if you're someone who is considering buying whatever electronics product right now, I would consider buying it before he is sworn into office in the United States. If you live in the United States. Obviously, if you don't live in the United States, it doesn't matter. But like, it doesn't mean it's guaranteed they're going to jump up in price. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not a wizard. I do not live in the future. But it's a reasonable expectation based on what he has said. And he is going to be president. So like, you know, I am facing reality. That's all it is. As it is a factor of when it is sensible to buy a product that I might want anyways. Even if I don't need it right now, right? Is why I'm considering buying it. So anyways, other Apple products that make sense. I think iPads are stupid products still, but I can like iPads are stupid products, but you know I think Apple has done a particularly good job at like managing to capture the like digital artist space. I think iPads for digital artists are very cool products. Otherwise, they're for children and grandmas. I'm sorry, grandma, but like they're for people who need to like change the font size to like size 280, right? And then they're for children who you just like I don't think they're healthy for children, but it's for the people who, you know, are not able to parent well enough that they just their solution to parenting is give children an iPad. I get why they exist. Like they're fine, and like there's decent like price wise iPads. You can very much get iPads for relatively cheap. I think iPads are not terrible products. Macs are really the only product I think I have a problem with Apple's overall structure with. I also, to be clear, I also have a problem with the fact that Apple is being a total dip butthole and they haven't released like an updated. Like, why is the iPhone SE the freaking like 8-year-old iPhone model? Like for its design, like the iPhone SE's like internals are fine, but then they just have the stupid like 8-year-old. Why? What? Like why would you do that? So, anyways, yeah, I don't like the Apple ecosystem baloney, whatever, all that. But like, I can understand why people like their products. I think like there's a reason that on a consumer level, most companies tend to start copying Apple. Did I check daytime here? I don't remember. There's a reason most tech companies tend to, on the consumer level, tend to copy Apple. It's because they do a lot of things right. They also do a lot of things really wrong, I think. And it's annoying when they do things wrong and like make decisions that are just anti-consumer because, again, every freaking tech company copies Apple. So if they do something shitty, every other tech company does the same shitty things they do. So, anyways, yeah, Apple rant. Boy, I've had a lot of rants this video. Point is, I have some Apple products and I don't hate them. And I've had other Apple products and I did hate them. So, and I've used other Apple products that I didn't own and I didn't like them. So, yeah. Do I play Wuthering Waves? I played Wuthering Waves for a couple months. And the more I played it, the more I disliked it. I'm sorry. That's all. We'll keep it at that. We'll keep it at that. There's another freaking Oculus here I didn't get. God dang it. Of course. Furina, you're in the way. Fishing for the pipe? Are you going to do the Samura fishing weapon also? You know, I don't know. Depending on how close we are to done when we finish with the fish in my world, maybe we'll do the stupid fishing weapon in Sumeru as well. But I also feel like I could probably get away with, or I'm pretty sure. Well, okay. So my intention for how I'm spending my day today is to do this fishing stream, and then I have to go actually start recording the. I don't have to, but I want to start recording the account fixing video today, more properly. Okay, well, we're done here, and that would require me not to stream for 6 hours, because if I stream for 6 hours or whatever, I don't think it would take 6 hours, but if I stream for a long time, that makes me more like, it makes me not be in a recording mindset, right? So I don't want to drain myself. There's only 3 emotes for channel members. Yeah, I don't know if I can I add more? I feel like there's a way to add more, but I don't remember what it was. So, anyways. Zenless stream when? I just streamed Zenless, I think, the other day, I think on Sunday. There's a reason that was titled Battle Tower. But it wasn't directly titled as Zenless stream because I was also doing normal Genshin baloney, right? But yeah, if you wanna see me play some Battle Tower and yap about things. If I bought any Genshin merch, the only Genshin merch I bought was at the I'm having a stroke. concert, the Boston Symphony concert last year, and I made. If you can go watch my freaking Venti video and see me raging at the thing I bought. I don't remember exactly how much it cost. It cost way too much money for what I paid. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the most valuable thing I got, I think I paid like, it was either $50 or $100. It was either $50 or $100. So this was official Genshin merch, right? For $50 or $100 at this concert, the symphony concert. It was not really a concert, it was a symphony. And the most valuable thing I got from that is the box. I can see it from here. I can turn around. I'm looking at it right now. It's like a shiny purple box. It was supposed to be Yai themed or whatever. I was extraordinarily pissed off when I found that the CD that was included was a piece of plastic shaped like a CD with a hole in the middle, but was not a CD. Like, I thought I was paying $50. I thought I was paying $50 for a fancy box and merch or whatever with some additional whatever goodies, and specifically a CD with like songs on it. Like, having a physical CD of MiHoYo songs would have been cool, right? And it said it contained a CD, but the CD was a piece of fucking plastic. It was actually a scam. So, as far as Genshin merch goes, I am not willing to buy a single piece of official Genshin merch. That has been a clear signal to me that MiHoYo's care for official Genshin merch is to make it e-waste piece of plastic shit garbage. Go watch the stupid Venti wishing video. I ranted about it in that video, if I recall, because it was a video wishing for Venti at the concert. Like, I just had Kekvin literally was like holding the phone for me, and then I was using my the other device, doing wishing for Venti, and while the music was playing, and it was excellent. I did not get Venti, but it was excellent, and yeah. I thought it was a fun video, and basically nobody watched it. So, I don't know. You'll probably enjoy it. Why did they make it like a CD? I don't know. Because it was concert and like, oh, CD is music. So, like, let's do... literally what I paid for was basically a piece of plastic shaped like a CD that had Yai Miko's, like, splash art printed on it. That's literally what I paid for, it felt like. So, I bought the official metal glass Visions on Amazon for like $40, $20 each. That would have been more cool if they're made of metal for $20 to $40. But, yeah. Their official merch was overpriced. Would I ever buy non-official merch? Potentially, yes. Particularly if I ever get to the point of doing webcam. This is a freaking decorative fish. Particularly if I ever get to the point of doing a webcam. But my current leaning, by the way, which I don't know. You know what? I give permission. I have basically at this point settled that I would prefer to do a VTuber model. So you know what? You watching today, you have permission to yap at me and be like, hey, how's the VTuber model going? And I'll probably constantly be saying, well, I haven't done anything with it yet. But I want you to yap at me and like continue to yell at me, right? Get me to yell at me, get it to stick in my brain so that I'm constantly thinking about it. Because if I constantly think about it, I will actually do it, right? Right now, I'm still in the... I'm at the point where like I have basically decided, okay, you know what? I think I want to do it. If I can get to the point of having a quality model that I like, I think I would enjoy doing a VTuber model. But I'm aware they're expensive, but you know what? It's fine. But if I ever do a face cam, I would consider buying some Genshin merch or whatever, maybe just to like be background prop material. But in general, I'm not a very merchy person. I'm not, despite watching, anime and playing Genshin Impact, I don't buy waifu figurines. Crazy idea, I know. What would it look like? Let me see if I can find the image. Give me a second after I get this fish. This is another freaking decorative fish. God damn it. Just catch the fish. Alright, that. One thing I really like about... Oh, god dang it. One thing I really like about web fishing, by the way, is how you just it's like normal fishing where you just let your bobber go out and then you just wait for a fish to bite, right? I actually really like that as far as like a background vibe game for fishing. It nails the actual vibe of what fishing is really like, not this... I mean, to be clear, sometimes there's rare occasions where in real life you're fishing and you can cast a bobber right in front of a fish's face and try to catch the fish. That is enjoyable in its own way. But most of fishing is not like that. And most of fishing is just like a vibe activity that you do in conjunction with other people. So anyways, let me go look, see if I can find the art. Someone did some fan art. They contacted me and they're like, "Hey, would you mind if I do fan? I don't. But if you're gonna do fan art, like, no, I'm very down. I should have shared this already, but I don't think I have because I'm bad. But I have this stored somewhere. Where is it? But yeah, they contacted me and they're like, "Hey, can I do some fan art?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course." And they're like, "I want to do like a hypothetical VTuber model for you, or like a concept art, not like an act. They weren't offering to make me a model for free." And I was like, "Yeah, that'd be cool." And yeah, I don't know if it looks good enough, maybe I'll actually end up using that as a baseline for the future. But where the frick is it? Oh boy, where is it? I don't remember where it is. Oh no, I thought I saved this to a folder somewhere. Maybe you're not gonna get to see it, because I'm gonna have to dig around my things for too long. Is that it? That might have been it. I don't know if that was it or not. Frick me. Where is it? I don't even know. If you are the person that made this fan art, feel free to send it to me again. I definitely have it saved somewhere. I just clearly didn't save it in a smart location. That is my overall vibe right now. I'm 90% certain I didn't delete it. And if I need to, I'll have to like go through my Discord DMs and find it. I cannot find it right now. But anyways, it was a good baseline. It was a very good baseline concept art that I liked for a starting point, is my point. I don't know if it's actually what I would go with though or anything, right? So, it's very possible I might start with something simple though to see if I like it. And like I had the idea of just doing a like little chibi animal model that had some kind of like just a decent amount of facial expression. So set up like the tracking system and make like it nice and expressive still, whatever. But the actual model itself would be a bit more simple. Like it would be kind of PNG tuber, I guess, but not as low quality. Like a little bit higher quality than just PNG tuber is what I would prefer. But I'd be down with doing that as a starting point. So, anyways, as a furry, I mean, I guess sure. If having a little animated, the idea would be a little frog model is what I think I would want to do. Just a little frog that has a face that, you know, has expressions mapped to my own face. Oops. Would I think it'd be cute, and you know, would be nice. If that's a furry, then I guess you do you. I don't give a shit what you want to label me as. I think actually being a furry would implicate that you are actively partaking in the furry community, and I don't. So I don't think that counts as furry. Just having a, oh look, I drew an anthropomorphized animal. Furry! But what? Like, see, that's what pisses me off, right? Is like, someone dares post an anthropomorphized animal, and it's like, you're a fucking furry. And like, or I just drew an anthropomorphized animal. And like, but if you're not actively participating in the furry community, you're not a furry. Quite frankly. Because like, furries are a community. But anyways. Just having a frog for a little silly VTuber model does not mean I am a furry. But if you want to label me that way, I don't give a shit, I guess. Bite the lure. There we go. Okay. Oops. Oops. God dang it. I forgot how good the Lumido's Elegy music is, by the way. Here. It's gonna be loud. I'm sorry, but I want it to be. Well, it's not gonna be that much louder. Go from 7 to 10. Oops. What? Where's the prompt? There we go. Yeah, most furries are chill. from my experience as well. Yeah, there we go. One of the better songs in the game, this area, for sure. There we go, finally. How's it going? Well, we're making progress. I have no idea what my count of fish are. I haven't been tracking. Whoops, I just clicked way too long. But yeah, every Pokemon fan is a furry. Agreed. But that seems to be the logic some people operate on. Is why. And it's a pet peeve of mine to categorize people on such simplistic measures. But anyways, how much? Okay, we need to get Lumiduce Harbor music playing one more time, at least before we leave. No, we're not fishing for the achievement yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll do more fishing streams. They're a good way to just allow me to yap, at the very least. God dang it. They're a good way to let me yap for a while. So, you know, do reptiles count as furries? I don't know. They're certainly not very furry. No, this one. I just cannot remember which bait is which, I'm sorry. I think I would have figured that out, but I've been too distracted. Aww, been too distracted yapping. I didn't realize there was a night theme. This is like a different, slower night theme for it. Yeah, I didn't know there was a night theme. I like it. It's literally just like the bedtime version of the song. Not energetic, but same like same leitmotif or whatever. Whatever the music theory term is. Yeah, what is the song called, by the way? I need to like look this up. I think I mentioned this the last time this happened on stream, and I forgot to actually look it up. Lumiduce Harbor. That's the name of the harbor, right? Yeah. Harbor song. I need to know what the song is called. Mellow Elise. That's what it's called. Anyways. I'm gonna turn it to day, and then, you know, I know I need to go finish fishing, but I need to listen to the energetic one for a little bit. I think Hoyle will bring an Atlan fishing weapon from Moika. Yeah, probably. To be clear, it's possible that she does a meaningful amount of skill damage at the thank you. The Earthshaker is a good weapon for her too, but I suspect Earthshaker's not going to be that good of a weapon for her because it's how Mahoyo roll. And they're going to probably make a fishing weapon for her, I is my guess. But they didn't do that in Sumeru, to be clear. But I also think they didn't do that in Sumeru because there's so many good catalyst options for the characters to be equipped with that, like, what was the point of them making a fishing catalyst for Nahida? She could use anything. Lumiduce Repose for the night version. Thanks. Is there anything that happens in the game here, by the way? Like, literally anything? It's like, it's just funny to me. They have such a good song, and like nothing happens here, as far as I'm aware. Nothing in the main quest, at least, but is there any side quest that happens here? It's like a single quest? I don't know, it's just random Hoyoverse things. Make a heckin' bop of a song, and then have nothing happen in there in game. Right? Yeah, great song. There is one quest. Interesting. Okay. It probably lasts like 2 minutes though. Alright. Cool. Speaking of quests, by the way, I still haven't done the frickin' quest over here. So someone yell at me. That's another thing I can do. I should jot it down as a note. Stream for Fontaine Willow Tree quest. I want to do that because I want that to look prettier. Also, I need to do a stream for the desert area quest and desert quest. All right, these quests that make the area look a lot prettier, I do want to do. I just keep forgetting. So, yeah. I've done that quest before on Poems Only, by the way. That's part of the reason I have not had it in my mind. It's because I've already done it once. I've experienced it. We need to go, I think, here. But, you know, we'll see. You can talk to NPCs. I mean, I'm aware that you can oftentimes talk to NPCs, but I didn't see the quest marker, so I didn't. I just assumed that the quests for that area probably started somewhere else, but I guess it's possible it started there. May as well grab this. Archon weapons have not been that good. You mean like the Archon signature weapons? Yeah. Which, I'm perfectly fine with them making trash Archon weapons. I definitely don't... Oh boy, that'll be... it's not going to be hard for them to do it, but I definitely don't want Malika to have a Emily weapon situation. That would be unfortunate. But hey, if she's just Dia Pro Max, then it'll make me hate her even more. So, I don't know, we'll see. I will withhold any meaningful thoughts for Malika's kit until we actually see what her kit is like in beta. Okay, I kind of want to do that. Okay, I kind of want to do it, but like I also feel like it's going to be annoying. So you know what? Let's do it. Why not? For the fun of it. Furina, you need to stop. Okay. You need to use this, right? Yeah. And then you reposition the... Wait, this is just a really easy one, isn't it? Oh no, that has to be... I see, okay. Wait. This one seems kind of annoying. Oh no, never mind, I lied. I got it. I like the little musical notes that happen when you complete this. I think that's a very clunky, like, puzzle mechanism overall, but it's still auditorily satisfying. My live chat broke, by the way. I'll fix it in a second. Well, by fix it, I'll refresh it. Hopefully it doesn't delete all the past messages. It didn't. Yay. Yay. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot you can combine the bubbles. I did forget that. But you didn't need to, clearly. Maybe that was the intended way, but... I saw my Pokemon Art Academy video. It was amazing. I totally forgot I made that video forever ago. Wait, do I? No, I still have my 3DS, yeah. I could technically resurrect... No, wait, sorry, I can't. No, I can't resurrect that. Well, no, I'd have to do an emulator, but I'm probably not going to try to do anything that would use an emulator, in any obvious fashion, at least, because Nintendo likes to strike down videos. So, yeah, I don't know, it's hard for me to care about it when Nintendo wants to be so anti-consumer and, like, have such an antagonistic approach to everything they do. It's hard, like, as much as I like some of their games, it's hard for me to, potentially consider making content for them, if they're going to be assholes, right? So, but, the reason I can't do another video on that is because I made that video back when I bought a 3DS capture card, like back when I was in, like, at the University of Minnesota. So, which, by the way, by buying a 3DS capture card, it was like a physical modification to the 3DS that enabled video output. So, yeah, I do not own that anymore. I sold it. Which I kind of regret now. But oh well. Yeah, I never made any video past that. But, I don't remember at all what I said or what I did. I probably was just making very bad art. Presumably. Imagine this isn't enough for the rod yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have enough for the rod. I would be surprised if I didn't, but we'll find out shortly. Leave me alone. Wow. Is there any other fish here? Ah, dang it. Go away! My dude. Just gave himself a shield and then it annihilated itself. Can you go away? Why are you in combat with me? You're not even looking at me. What is happening? I just saw an arrow on the top of my screen. What is going on with the game right now? What is he trying to do? I believe in you, bud. Ooh. How scary. Oh, what you gonna do? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Lady surprised me. It's like a Furina just gets taller. Wow. Alright, anyways. Is there any fish here that aren't gearfish? Yes, there is the fish I need. Change it to daytime. I'm illegally fishing? Ah, yeah, he might have been the DNR. The Department of Natural Resources. Come to check my fishing license. You know, my family, when I grew up, we always did like outdoor activities and always, you know, they're very much like, oh, I gotta have a fishing license, whatever. I can tell you, I think there was one time in my life where a DNR person, like, came over in their boat and were like, hey, you got your license, whatever. One time. One time. So, yeah, to be clear, it's you should, like, follow whatever regulations there are for fishing, hunting in your country or state. That's important for the purpose of the government tracking like the environmental ecosystem maintaining, trying to make sure people don't completely hunt out a species or fish out a species and annihilate the population, right? Follow whatever local limits, but yeah, ultimately I think following the limits is more important than actually having a license. A license is just a taxation system. And it's fine. It's not like it's that. In Minnesota, at least, it's like you'd have to pay like $30 for a fishing license for the year, kind of thing. So, anyways, I guess we're done here, right? Oh no, there's another fish. I spoke too soon. There we go. Blooms and Golden Troop boost the skill right for who? What character? I gotta look at the fishing thing. I can't read chat and do the fishing at the same time. One downside of doing fishing streams when the fishing is actively happening. Oh frick! Of course, I came back for a frickin' decoration fish. Oh my gosh. Okay. Meanwhile, in this game, we single-handedly destroyed an ecosystem. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why the Fatui was just like, he was just trying to like figure out how to get to me without getting his boots too wet. It's just very weird. This pathing system walked back here. I guess he couldn't walk through here. Like, this is just too deep. So the pathing system walked him through here. And he got stunned multiple times. Anyways. Yeah. Let's go to the last fishing spot and see where we're at. Yeah, we're illegally fishing. Oh well, how dare we? We need a pipe. We need to exchange our fish in the black market for a pipe for the for Furina to beat up people with for reasons. If you need any fish from other peeps, my world is free to join. Thanks. I'll probably need to join for at least the blue gear fish. I think I need like 3 more or 4 more. Was my sticker in the wrong spot? Oh, it was slightly in the wrong spot. I will delete, replace. There are no fish I need here right now. Okay. Nighttime. Pipe is my favorite weapon. Imagine if pipe had sound effects. Yeah, it should. Every time Furina's summon hit something, it makes like a pipe clanging effect. No, that'd be obnoxious. Don't. It's just a joke. Would be a funny thing to do in a video maybe once. What is it's a bass, right? So we need this. Yeah, I'm remembering. Crazy. I think based on the numbers of bait I've used, we can extrapolate how many fish I've gotten. I think I need about 10 more bass. Oh wait, frick. No, I need a lot more than 10 more bass, because I need 30 of each bass. Oh god. Oh god. Hello, crab. Oh, this is an ornamental fish! Okay. Weird. No boy. No boy. Oh my god. Can you just be captured? Yeah, frick you. Okay. Did I already change the time here? I don't remember if I did. Yeah, so anyways, yep, that's... Oh boy. Let's go see where we're at. I think I might have much less. I forgot that I needed like 30 of each of those bass. So the fact that I've only used 20 bait means I probably have approximately 10 of each of them. And I need... Why did I come here? And I need 30. Oh dear. Oh dear, this might be a multiple stream endeavor. We'll see. I still got energy in me. It's fine. No, let's not continue the quest. Alright, hello. Alright. Sweet. I only have 5. Okay, I got a lot of these. How did I only have 5? 5? 5? From every spot? I got 5? The light blue runs are rare? Wait, there's... I don't remember where the fish are. There's different blue bass? No, there's just the blue and orange. Okay, but the blue ones are rare. Oh, if they're rare, why do you need the same amount of them? Oh, good lord. And a problem co-op has, right? A problem co-op has is I can't control the time in co-op. God, why? Like, I'm sorry. I think Genshin's fishing minigame is quite frank. Like, not just the minigame itself, but like the entire experience of fishing in Genshin is some of the worst implementation of a fishing system I've seen in any video game. Quite frankly, for the reasons you actually have to fish, like, and then the actual experience is so god awful. Did you double fish in each spot? I changed to nighttime. I didn't fish out all the other fish to try to get more fish to spawn. I didn't do that in every single spot. Like the rarity of this fish in some ways I think makes this just as annoying, if not more annoying than the catch. I'm sorry. Like, people are annoyed with the catch because like the one purple fish is annoying, but like it's not that hard to get that purple fish. I think people just have bad memories of that because of how many people like didn't understand how to deal with abyss mages, I guess, and like didn't realize that they're like the purple fish in Inazuma, right? This is the equivalent of the blue gearfish, where the only spot it spawns at is this spot. So if we go to this spot, though, I remember very clearly finding a spot where I could go that did not trigger the aggro on the mages, and you could still fish. Right, but the rarity of these stupid bluefish makes me feel like this pipe is just as miserable as the catch, if not more. But also a little bit of recency bias, to say the least. The way they design Archons, they fit mini teams and generally have a very strong C2. Yeah. Although, I still maintain that for the average player, Furina C1 is more relevant than C2. C2 is only relevant when you start getting into more nuances, although Shallonen, again, does change that a little bit. I believe it was this. No, wait. I don't remember exactly where they were. It's been a while since I came here. And I know there was a spot you could avoid aggroing the enemies. Where did the actual fish spawn? Is it... I need to see the fish. Why can't I see the fish? Okay, well. Oh, well, now I targeted things. Oops. Yep. This is not going well for my argument, but I don't know where they are. I know for a fact that there was a boat I could climb on, because I remember this is what I did. I climbed on to one of these boats, wherever the frickin' fish actually spawn, and was able to avoid aggroing anything. Oh, they only spawn at night. Oh, that's probably why. There you go. I forgot. That I forgot. Oh well. Anyways, let's go to random people's worlds. If someone wants to put their UID in chat, you can. Otherwise, we'll check these two people first. Do they approve? Call me unloading. Wing. So yeah, I need, what do we need? We need, 2 more, hello, Hiya, May, I, fish, input too frequent. Are they AFK? I feel like they're AFK and they just left their co-op open. No, they're not. Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you. Fishing. Appropriate. Her C2 has a chance to be a pure on-field con. We don't know yet. She's probably going to have some on-field component. I would be surprised. I would be quite... What am I doing? Over here. I'd be quite surprised if they let her have no on-field component. You just get an ad in a live stream? Yes. YouTube automatically... Look, I do... This do be my job. Not just live stream, but Genshin videos and streams. And I don't really try to press people to donate at all. So, like, the only way I make money from these is with ads. Sorry. For what it's worth, I tell YouTube to do the lowest ads as possible. The lowest amount of ads as possible. So, yep. Well, we don't need many more of them, but we'll take them. So we had 27, I think, so we need, oops. Where's the fishing prompt? Game? There we go. What? Alright, we need, yeah. Whopping 9 more of these, so, you know. Exciting. Monopoly ads. I can try to show the Furina build in a little bit. I don't control what ads they show. That's all automatic. I cannot do that, but I can control the frequency that YouTube poops them on you. And personally, I think ads on YouTube live streams are less cringe than they are on Twitch. Because of the simple fact that you can actually rewind and see what you missed. Twitch ads are awful because you can't rewind, right? You just miss context of what was going on. It's freaking awful. But anyways, wondering if it's worth getting a non-F2P friendly character as a F2P. What character do you think is not F2P friendly? Oh yes, and you can skip YouTube ads, yes. Alright, cool. I am not going to ask them to change the time. We're just going to do this the horrible way of going between every freaking spot. Well, I might ask them to change. I might ask them to change the time when we get to the point of needing to get just the one fish. And I'm jumping into people's co-op worlds. You can change it. Well, right now I don't know if you're watching the stream or not. Well, I don't know what spots actually have the blue fish, which is the one that I'm actually concerned about right now. Do another Paimon vote? Sure. Why not? We can bring the vote for Paimon again. On jail Paimon. So yes would be you're voting for... Is it another Paimon? Google the fish spot? I mean, yes, I can look up the... I will look up the fish spot after I finish getting the fish for the other things. So I only need 2 more of the blue gear fish, so I'll ask them to change the nighttime here after I get these. Which one is it? It's this. But yeah, the blue gear fish, right? And then I only need a few more of the blue axe, marlin, whatever. I think I need 50 more of these ones still. And then I need a shit ton of the blue ones. You are on stream? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yes, we're going for the pipe. Oops. What did Paimon do? Paimon existed, quite frankly. But the reason we have dialogue muted right now is we didn't want Paimon yapping. But surprisingly, only 58% of people voted for no Paimon. So, and surprisingly right now, the 51% of people say yes to bring back Paimon. I want to clarify, again, you are voting to bring Paimon back. So we get yapping on the... Yeah. Like, to be clear, it'll probably only be for a few minutes because I'll get sick of it. But, you know. Alright, yeah. Can you change the nighttime? Just need the 2 gearfish here. Alright. What? They're still here. I need to scare them away. Okay. Is Chaska free-to-play friendly? That's actually a good question. I mean, being that, like, as long as you have Bennett, and then... Oh, a blue one. As long as you have Bennett, you... Theoretically... does anyone know, are the blue ones only nighttime? That might be important information. If you already have an invested Bennett, which is probably a good idea in general for most accounts, then it's probably a situation of, you know, yeah, do you have Furina or not? Like, her ideal team's needing one specific 5-star, and then Oron being on her banner, who is, like, probably, in my opinion, probably the most compelling 4th unit for doing Bennett, Furina, Oron, and, like, you know, she'll gain potentially some value from whatever 5-stars come out in 5.3, or Pyro Traveler maybe, but I think we only need 2 of these, by the way, but we'll catch them all anyways. So yeah, if you don't have Furina, Chaska's a worse character. Like, substantially worse. So, you know, and I don't think that like what's likely to change in 5.3 is it's very likely she will get some non-Bennett team options, which can be a potentially really good thing. But I think it's quite unlikely for Chaska to get non-Furina team options. So, yeah. We'll see. Does that make her not free-to-play friendly? I don't know. Like, Furina's one of the most pulled for characters in the game. For a lot of reasons. So, it certainly doesn't mean she's not free-to-play accessible. I'd say, you know, if she was like, you need to get, or if Oran was a 5-star, like for some godforsaken reason China wanted, if Oran was a 5-star and Bennett was a 5-star and Furina is a 5-star, then that would be a very not free-to-play friendly team, I would say, to most people, because it would be too many 5-stars. But I don't think one 5-star teammate makes her not free-to-play friendly, so it's just a question of, do you have Furina? If you don't, you will notice a difference in not having Furina or not. In having Furina or not. But this Abyss is so hard. I don't personally agree, but ultimately Abyss it depends on your account. So, you know, if it is hard for you, it is hard for you. I'm not denying your reality. I'm just saying it depends on the account, and I'd say this is not that hard of an Abyss for many accounts. But yeah. So I don't know. Furina is simultaneously a problem, but... Nice, another bluefish. Furina is simultaneously a problem, but also most people have her anyway, so that's why it's like a little bit weird, I'd say, to say she's not free-to-play friendly. Realistically, she's like more ubiquitous than people having built 4-stars, right? Like Furina is probably that'd be actually interesting. Like, how does like the stats of the player base look like for like people that have C0 Furina versus people that have C2 Kuki, right? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if like, you know, for the active player base, I should say, it would not surprise me that much if a majority of the player base, like the stats for the number of people that have active players that have Furina versus active players that have C2 or plus Kuki, like, or C2 of whatever 4-stars, but C2 Kuki is an interesting one because it's like relevant, you know, right now is why it came to mind, but also it's just like a C2 of a 4-star people go for, and like makes a difference for like her hyper bloom uptime kind of thing. So, I don't know, right? Would you call C2 Kuki not free-to-play friendly? If C2 Kuki is also 90% of the active player base? I don't know. Oh, another bluefish. Nice. Change bait. Well, I still need these fish, so no. I don't think that one's gonna get scared away. I think this might be the last one I need, to be clear. But how is the next... Oops, I'm dumb. How is the next Abyss a Geo Abyss? I don't recall what the specific enemy setup is. I don't recall it specifically being Geo, but also the current Abyss is not specifically Geo. The current Abyss just wants... I can't believe it scared the fish again. God damn it. I really hate this fishing. Yeah, I know it's more Consecrated Beast, but in a little bit of a different setup. I think it's... The next Abyss is... You know what, let me just go look at it. I already looked at it before, so I'm not intending to go in blind this time. Yeah, technically a Constellation can be free-to-play too. Yeah, exactly. Like... It's why like free-to-play is generally just a term people are using for that should actually be replaced with low investment. What low investment means is you play less, right? You farm less for artifacts. Like when people are asking free-to-play, they mean they're either a newer player or they're a casual player that doesn't log on every day. They don't grind for as many things, kind of thing. And Like, the lower investment you are, the more concerned you might be actually with, like, how versatile a character is. And so, I guess with that conception in mind of mine, wherein the more low investment you are, the more concerned you are with your resources being efficiently used. And my perception is that Chaska is not a very versatile character right now. I would argue that maybe she is not free-to-play friendly. But in the sense that, can you make use of her if you are a free-to-play player? Like, yes, you absolutely can. That's not hard. But it is going to make you want Furina if you don't have Furina. And she might not feel satisfying to you if you don't have Furina. Where am I going? We're going here. Will you see my Furina? I started playing for her. I mean, we're not doing unit reviews right now. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned earlier you wanted to see my Furina. This is my Furina build. It is a very good Furina build. And yeah, any unit can be not free-to-play friendly if you try hard enough. Exactly. Over here. Oh yeah, we should check. My fish. 35? We need 36 of these, so we need literally one more of that. And then, yeah, we're good on these, I think. Because it only took like 2 for each refinement, and it took, I think, 4 for the initial one, so we only needed 12. So good on the gearfish. Need literally one more of these, and then it's just all the frickin' bass. Alright. And, I think after this... Oh, there's the one of those. After this world... I will, after do my round around this world without asking them to change the time anymore, I will go look up the bass specifically and see a breakdown of which spots actually make sense to care about, so I can ignore some spots. So we can, so we can ignore some spots and prioritize others. I did not notice. I did not notice. Oh well. Anyways. Wait, why do I have a fishing... Oh, this is the boat one, right? Yeah. Hey, look at that. We got a bunch of those at least. Can I get on the boat? Is there no way to replace her? No. Then, like, there's no unit that's going to really replace Furina in a Chaska team. Sorry. Like, the problem is you're gonna want off-field damage. You want the conjunction of off-field damage plus buffing utility. And her providing one of the 3 elements you want for Chaska is pretty important. So, yeah. Like, Furina is the least replaceable unit in a Chaska team right now. Bennett is not necessarily that replaceable either, but it depends on what... Oh, nice. I swear if it's another ornamental fish, though. But I think it's also likely that Bennett will have a potential replacement option soon. But it also depends on, you know... Well, I don't... If neither Pyro Traveler or Moika heal, then you still need a healer for Furina, so, like, I don't know. even honestly, that makes me think that even after... 5.3, her teams might still just be Bennett Furina teams. Ugh. Yeah, there's really not that many teammate options. You need 3 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammates, and they have to be different elements. To fully, like, actually get utilization out of Chaska, you need 3 different units, Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro, with, I don't know, like, Furina, Bennett, Xiangling is maybe an option. Just because Xiangling is strong. Go figure, that it can make up for some of the damage loss on Chaska, but like I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, there we go. We're done with that one. We just need the other ones. So, you know, yeah, it's not great. Like, to be clear, she has like a flex slot, but the flex slot is not Furina. So, you know. I don't think Fischl versus Oron is going to be necessarily an insane difference kind of thing. In single target, at least. I don't think Yai versus Oron or Layla versus Oron or Sitlali versus Oron is going to be any of those are going to be insane difference makers. But yeah. Anyways, can I get the fishing pot? There we go. Doo. Well, at least we only need to use one type of bait now. Layla's basically the placeholder for Sitlali. Indeed. It doesn't mean Sitlali is going to be necessary for Chaska to feel good, to be clear. Sitlali will still be taking part in, like, the most replaceable slot in the Sitlali teams, or in Chaska teams. But it might be one of the strongest options, still. We don't know what our kit looks like, to be clear. Oh, God. This freaking gang. Okay, whatever. Go down here. I really don't want Sitlali to be a shielder. Guys, it's not about what she is as a shielder. It's much more important about what she does that is not shielding. That's the important qualifier for Sitlali. Is not, is she a shielder or not? It's, what does she do other than shielding? But, she might not be a shielder. I don't know. That's just the only information we have right now, that supposedly she's a shielder. But, like, the big thing is, like, how much cryo does she do? Like, cryo application, because there's a big lack of... you don't need to change the time right now, because I don't know... I don't know what fish spawn in what spots to tell you when it actually is relevant. I don't want to wait at every spot to check. But yeah, if she gives some, if Sitlali gives a conjunction of buffs, and we're talking buffs that wouldn't just be from the artifact set, and she might not use the Natland support set, she might use a new artifact set coming out in 5.3. Either way, if conjunction of buffs, be it through artifact set and her own kit, plus shielding defensive utility, plus whatever, plus her cryo application is like what is the true judge of things. It is not, oh, shielding being bad. Do shielders have less value compared to healers nowadays? Yeah, and that's part of the reason, like, her doing things other than shielding is going to be very important. Oh, dang it. But yeah, we'll see. I hope, by the way, I do hope she's supposedly a cryo catalyst. We'll, again, see confirmation next week. That means there should be more opportunity. Catalyst units are great, right? Because the weapon, catalyst as a weapon option, have the most, like, different options for using characters in weird ways, right? And, like, if she's in, like, on the simplest level, if she's an HP scaling, you know, for her shield, we have that stupid event catalyst that does HP scaling physical damage, and she's a cryo unit. Like, you might be able to see some really big damage numbers for, like, building her for crit with the stupid event catalyst, right? So, like, catalysts have the most shenanigan options in the game by nature of they're always doing application with their normal attacks. She can be a healer, exactly, with Prototype Amber, right? So, I really, really hope she is a catalyst, right? Because that means she could be usable with Furina. Like, she might, and with a C0 Furina, yeah, with R5 Amber, she's not going to necessarily give you full damage bonus, even if you put a Maiden's build on her or whatever. But she'll be able to do something, and like she'll give you some healing with Furina. And oftentimes, you just need some healing with Furina, and not necessarily a ton to get some additional value out of her. But anyways, it's not going to be ideal by any means without a C2 Furina. But what am I doing? I don't need to do that. I do really hope she's a catalyst unit, because that substantially changes the different ways she could be potentially used. So I hope she has good cryo application. I hope she does some buffs on top of shielding, and then I think she's a good character. And she might, if she does like interesting buffs, and good cryo application, like she very well might make it. Oh, suddenly it's actually relevant to start thinking about doing things with cryo reactions again. Like it might be that much of a difference, right? That's what we need. We need a unit that does that conjunction of good enough application, good enough buffs, on top of the defensive utility, to make her a relevant choice to start thinking about doing cryo things. I need to go to limited server. But yeah, if she's a sword unit, I'll be sad. Not that swords have bad weapon options, but it's not anywhere near the same of what Catalyst can do. So yeah. Sitlali, Auron, Superconduct. Yeah, I don't know. Furina, Sitlali, Auron. Right? You can probably do it. And then you either put in no, you know what? You could do you could do, yeah, Furina, Sitlali, Auron, and Sucrose Superconduct, and you might be like, well, but healing. But you have 2 Catalyst users on the team. Both of them can use Prototype Amber. so that should be enough. That should be a decent enough healing. So do you Furina, Auron, Sitlali, right? And Sucrose. You get some EM buffing. You get whatever things Sitlali does. Let's go. And you maybe Sitlali can be built for damage. I'm not sure it'll be that good, but yeah. Does Prototype Amber stack? You bet it does. Each instance of Prototype Amber healing it's counted separately for when your character bursts. Prototype Amber feels cursed though. I don't know why like people think this, quite frankly, anymore. If you don't use Furina, I can see why you feel that way. But like the value, Furina so significantly like changes the value of healers in the game. That, you know, being able to turn a unit into a healer is a pretty significant aspect to them, even if it's not 100% ideal. It gives you more versatility for using your characters in different ways, by existing. So, yes, and the energy refund too, yeah. To be clear, it's mostly ideal on units that scale with HP, of course. And Sitlali is it's very possible that like she's going to scale with HP. So if she's a shielder, if they're okay, to be clear, they might be a dick and do what they did with like I had a stroke. What's her called? What's her bucket? Okay, just none of these spots have the freaking fish. God dang it. I can't brain. Charlotte, right? Where she has an attack scaling heal, right? And that makes Prototype Amber a bit worse on her. Particularly because she's a 4-star and her base stats were not amazing. And she had ER needs. But, you know, Prototype Amber is still not useless on her because of the fact that it does healing and does energy refunding, but not as ideal, right? So if Sitlali, though, is HP scaling for her shielding and, you know, wants some energy, Prototype Amber is going to be pretty great. How many builds do I have? 2? Oh boy. Like right now I have, I think, an R3 and an R5 Prototype Amber. Yeah. So I can make another R5 Amber if I need. But yeah. Anyways, I wouldn't mind like 3. Right now I wouldn't mind 3 copies of R5 Amber, quite frankly. Maybe I should go farm weekly bosses for billets. I could use my billet box too, by the way. I think I have, yeah, the 2 of them. Just turn them all into Prototype Ambers. I was a bluefish. Holy shit. What a world. Watch it be ornamental. God, frick you. Did not land on your face. Why is this? Oh, God. Anyways, yeah, we do need an HP sword that is a 4-star, not gotcha. I like how people complain about there not being a 4-star HP sword, and Mahoyo's like, okay, we'll release a gotcha banner 4-star sword that has HP. You're welcome. And then someone's like, Mahoyo, it takes 300 summons to get one R1 copy of that sometimes. And also we've only made that on banner once, so that doesn't really solve the problem. And they're just like, so? Why didn't you play during that specific patch and spend $700? What's the problem? Anyways, aim for their tail. That seems to scare the fish. Like, I landed right on his tail. That scares the fish. Anyways. That was the last spot. Okay, yeah, let's go check the fish counts quick. Not there. We have enough there. We almost have enough of these. We need 7 more of these. Oh my lordy. Okay, so we're just gonna look up the rippling heartfelt bass specifically, because I'm guessing while going for 21 more of these, we'll get 7 more of these. So yeah. Rippling heartfelt bass. Okay. Let's find out together. What? Oh, I have the wrong thing selected. Give me a second. I didn't realize I opened it in a different thing. Move that over to here. Paste. There we go. Let's find out together. It is okay. It is a nighttime fish. Okay, it's 1800 to 6 a.m. So that is confirmed. It do be nighttime. Oh, there's a fishing spot I missed. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's something. That helps a little bit. Where is it? It was right here. Okay. Where's the thing? Browser. Bam. All right. So that one, the mountain, poisson. We already got the poisson ones. I think we got the ones on the mountain already. I believe it was nighttime when we went there. Oh, there is some here. Did we go here? I don't think we. We'll go double check. Oh, there's also some over here. Okay. And that. Oh, the spot we're at right now has some as well. Okay. Freaking all of the spots basically have some, except for the spots in. So let's delete the ones that don't have it, right? So this spot does not. These spots don't. And yeah, petrichor does. So we can go to petrichor, change the night there. I think this spot does not. So we can F off with that spot. And the fishing association spot does. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's go. We'll start with petrichor. There's an image where it shows you all the locations for all fish in one. It tells you where each one is. What? Yoink. I'm confused what that means. I'm sorry. What do you mean by an image? You mean on that webpage or something? All right. Are you able to, Mamba? Can you change the Oh wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. It is nighttime already. See, that is why I want to do that quest. The weird tree in the background. It looks a little bit like a piece of broccoli from this angle, but yeah. I just realized it's night. I'm stupid. It's fine. Also, I'm glad, by the way, we voted to not let Paimon out of jail. Well, look at all the blue fish there. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go here. So I think this spot. Actually, it might be faster to swim. The real question is, will I remember to unjail Paimon and every other character from not being allowed to speak at the end of the stream? Probably not. I'll probably forget. Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Everyone's muted anyways. It might make the experience better keeping everything muted. Rather than having the weird issue. Oh, hello. Look at bluefish. Cool. Are the orange fish only daytime, by the way? Am I gonna have to still do some day? Oh, whatever. Okay. How did that didn't land in your fucking? All right. A blue glow means there's an ornamental fish. I see. I see. Whoops. Held that for too long. Alright. Sweet. How exciting. Only 20 to go. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait, did this spot have one? Let me double check. No, this spot did not have any. So frick this spot. Alright. Go to this one then. Alright, give me 10 bluefish here, please. Yes. Just like that, that's what I meant. That's what I meant by 10. The silver ones are harder to catch. I didn't even notice that. The fishing minigame is too easy, I'm sorry. Hey, look, a bluefish. It's an ornamental fish. This upsets me. This upsets me. Alright. Wait. Have I really checked all the spots already? 1, 2, how many? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wasn't there like 7 spots? Oh, right, over here. Yeah. How many spots were there? There's 9 spots. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. 6. Oh, yeah, there's this one. 7. 8. Where's the 9th one? How did I miss one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I just miscounted. Okay. I might have missed that one. Alright, cool. Alright, that's fine. Let's go swim over here, I guess. Freaking bluefish. Oh my god. Okay. Let's do a new poll. How long will this take me? New poll. How long will take? 1 hour? Wait, no. We'll say 45 minutes. 1.5 hours. And we'll add another option of like over 2+ hours. There you go. And it is. I've been the time tracking. I'm at about 3 hours and 15 minutes in the stream. We'll see. It certainly better not take 2 hours. I don't even like the idea of it taking an hour. I've run out of things to yap about. God. But anyways, people need to ask me. I don't know, whatever question. Doesn't even matter. Ask me something in chat. Let's talk about not fish, so I can maintain my sanity. Wait, it's day now. Oh, you're correct. I didn't even notice that. Well, okay, just change it to night here though, because I need to check this spot too. Do you stream on Twitch also? Not very often. Last time I streamed on Twitch, I had more viewers than I expected. I certainly might stream on Twitch more. But particularly, after maybe I think on Twitch more people want face cam or VTuber model, one of the two. Two fish. So maybe I'll stream more to get more value out of that. Might be easier to build a Twitch audience with a face to stare at, I guess. Amazing. 2 bluefish. Crazy. World changing. I can't believe it. Alright. Switch to a better fishing game like Sonic Frontiers. I mean, honestly, yeah. It does make me want to just switch to web fishing. This is true. Rather go try to catch some rare fish in web fishing. Be more enjoyable. Alright, go back to here. What's the prettiest weapon in the game? I think that's probably Emily's weapon. I think it's just a really pleasing looking weapon. I tried to steal your money, and I'm not gonna apologize for it. Yeah, exactly. Web fishing would be so much more profitable. Cool. Frick you, fish. Next. Which is the last spot over here. Okay. Really like the blue form of the Fontaine Quest sword. I don't remember what that looks like. I don't have it. And I don't think I will get it, because I'm pretty sure that's the quest that knocks down the tower. And I want the tower. So, never. Never. Twitch is biased towards girls, is it? I don't know. I can pretend to be a girl. I sound exactly like one. Haven't you ever heard all the women in your life that have a voice just like mine? It also takes 20 years to do the quests? Yeah. More reasons to never touch it. Frick you, fish. Alright, well, thank you, Mamba. I think I've extracted as many fish as I could. I have 12. Oh boy. And 23 of these. Oh boy. Alright. Sweet. Let's go. Well. Next co-op world, we'll try the other person I think was on my friends list. So think about how Warframe just allows you to spear the fish or become the fish. Or become the fish to eat the fish. I mean, that sounds like a way more fun fishing game. Become the fish to eat the fish as a fishing minigame? Excellent. Truly excellent. Oh, wait. First, we can go check the one spot here that we didn't get. We can join your world, Zephyr? We might. Thank you. But give me a second. Alright, let's see. Okay, well, cool. I feel like the Game 8 guide is lying to me. We'll check if there's an orange fish here, though, too. There's a pufferfish. Well, cool. Alright, well, we're gonna go get this Oculus, I guess, at least. Where is it? Oh, it's underwater. Let's see. And at least we've gotten some Oculus. Kave's roommate. You have a new Villette profile picture. You're lying. You're lying. Alright, well, we're gonna go into someone else's co-op. Not yours. Sorry. Well, I mean, maybe we can go into yours, but Zephyr already offered, so we're gonna do Zephyr's. Bam. Hello. 4 50-50 wins in a row. How? Indeed. Like, I am inevitably going to... You know what? I'd be fine with losing a 50-50 on Chaska's banner, to be clear. As long as we get Chaska on my brother's account, because then I can mess around with her on his account, make a video there, and be happy with that, probably. Hey, it's a Chlorand. If only I had wished on Chlorand banner when going for Sethos copies instead of Alhaitham, then I'd have this character. I think, at this point, I'm pretty confident that I'd rather have Chlorand than Alhaitham. Anyways, yeah, I was surprised with how I won the 50-50 for Chiori and C2 Shalonen. All of them. That was silly. Alright, nice 100% exploration. Let's go here. You don't have to change the nighttime quite yet, because I do need some of the orange fish. I will, I'm going to complete the orange fish first, I think, and then we'll worry about night timing. I'm just assuming these same spots probably have orange fish, mostly. Probably. Yeah, we'll see what happens, though. Oh, hey, look at that. Good. We'll see what happens with wishing. Again, my primary goal is just to get Oberon copies on both accounts. So, but I still want Chaska on one of the accounts that I'm wishing on. We'll see what happens, though. It'll be an interesting approach to wishing. Wishing for Oberon, but also wanting Chaska on one account. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And I don't really want to have to spend money. Because Paimon's Bargains is sponsoring the one top-up, and I'd prefer that to be what the video stays at. Yeah, we'll just stay at that for now. So we need 6 more of the orange fish. I don't remember if orange fish spawned here in the day, but we'll check. I hope I get Oberon in the only temple you can risk. Yeah, best of luck. Best of luck, anyone going for Oberon. The more fun character. Not necessarily. Obviously, more fun is just depends on what your preferences are. I definitely think I will have more fun with Oberon over time. I think he has a pretty interesting kit. And watch me get lucky getting his early constellations. The problem with 4 stars, right, is even when you get lucky with early constellations, then you're just like, oh good, there's so much fish here. You're like, well, he's probably not rerunning for 20 years because he's a 4-star, and Mihoyo's like, oh, the new 4-star doesn't need to rerun for 80 years. And like, if you get lucky and get like, if I get lucky and get C2 in like, you know, a 10 pull or 20 pulls or whatever, then I'm just like, well, I have a little bit of like wiggle room to go for more, and then, you know, you end up going for more, and then just don't get any copies. So just, whatever. Anyways, that's what happened with Sethos, right? It was just like, wow, I got C6, or sorry, I got C4 Sethos, I believe, in like something like 50, 60 pulls. Very lucky. If I recall, I don't think I spent very many wishes to get C4 Sethos. And then I've done 100 pulls for Sethos since then, and I've gotten no more Sethos. So I'm like, well, yup. Don't know what to say other than screw you, game. So I should just, I need to be smart, right? I should be smart and just be like, okay, if I get C2 Oberon, just stop. But like C4 though is like, you know, is C4 though is that energy refund, and that's like kind of nice. So we'll see. All right, how many do I have? 27. I need only 3 more. Cool. Sick. Almost done with the orange fish. And then we get to nighttime fish hunt. C6 also, I mean, that's true. But, like, you know, yeah, if I get C4 in 30 pulls, then yes, I'm going to be very tempted by C6. Even though C6 is only like on average, probably not that significant of an attack buff. I don't think C6 Oberon is worth chasing. I really don't advise it. But if it's something you get like while going for Chaska constellations, you know, could be nice, right? That's kind of where C6 Oberon sits at, particularly for Chaska. So yes, indeed, I do always say don't do this, and then I do the thing, because I can't resist. I like 4 stars. I'm sorry. I do enjoy the 4-star kits because it's for some reason where Mihoyo is doing their creativity lately. Well, not even lately. It's just they tend to do more creative things in 4-star kits, even if they end up being like not insane. They tend to be fun. So, anyways, sometimes depends on the character. To be clear, whenever they try to do, you know, healers, they're just kind of sad, generally speaking, for 4-star units. The exception being Chevrolet is like, good lord. What am I doing? We're going here. But yeah, my intention is not like I don't want to spend any money on this account, and I would certainly not mind conserving my Primo gems for the next patch. You know, Sitlolly, Shenhe, whatever, right? Who knows if Shenhe's coming by the next patch, I mean 5.3. So, I don't want to go too gung-ho on Jessica Banner. Well, at all them. But, you know, there is always the temptation in the moment, and I very much tend to do silly things in the moment too in those videos because it's fun for content, right? Like I'm not making it up that I'm like I am like caught in between two poles of like I know it doesn't make sense, but also Gamba and it's fun and I want to risk it because like when else is he coming back? And then I end up just being like, it's for content. I can justify it, right? Right. So. Like, there's not me, like, making up that conflict and for the sake of, like, drawing out the video time. I've seen, like, some occasional comments be like, oh, stop yapping and whatever, just pull. Stop being, like, muddling over with yourself and whether or not you're going to pull. You're just doing that on purpose. You're going to pull anyways and you know it. And, like, no, I don't. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm literally just speaking my thoughts in the moment. I'm not faking it. Anyways. How much money have you spent on Genshin till now? I don't know. And it's not really a particularly important question because of the fact that I don't spend money for any reason other than like when it just makes content sense for me at this point. Like I'd spend money for the battle pass because it enables me to level up more characters, right? I don't level up. I don't spend money on the battle pass because I particularly have a need to do that. So, anyways, can you, I assume I don't know if you're listening for sure. Can you change to night? 1800 to 6. Preferably 1800, or just 1800. so we have the most time. Oh, I think they already did that. Never mind. Thank you. Blue fish. 1. But hey, 1 is certainly better than none. How many do we need? We need 28. Jesus Christ. No, sorry, 18, not 28. Alright. 18. Can I have the fishing spot? There we go. Why do you keep not defaulting the one I need? Alright, wonder if they'll run out of UIDs. No, there's there's UIDs flow over or whatever already, where if they ran out of UIDs it switches to like they just add 1. So like if they run out of UIDs in North America it's gonna be 1-6, right? Instead of 6. I don't know why I'm hesitating so much. Let's go here. Someone that fished with the guide, it took around 4 hours. Well, then I think we're pretty on track for a decent pace then, considering how distracted I've been with yapping at certain points. Like, I didn't even really start fishing until I think 30 minutes in, so, you know, it's not a bad track. Since comparing to a guide. Look at that. A blue fish. Crazy. But will more spawn? Probably not. Oops. Trying to read chat. Okay. Gambling addictions are real. XD, exactly. Oh, another one spawned. Wow. It's for R5 or R1? R5. We already have enough for R1. Thankfully. We're just fishing for refinements technically now. Alright. That spot is done. Let's go to... we'll go to Poisson first. Maybe Zloifet will fund more for Oron pulls. I mean, honestly, you know what, Zloifet, if you're watching right now, I will say, you already gave me these pulls that is going to help me get Oron. You don't need to give me any more. Please don't. But especially if I have a guarantee. Like, if I end up losing the 50-50 for Chaska, like, I don't know, like if I end up losing the 50-50 for Chaska and I have to do more summons anyways to pull for Oron constellations, like, will I end up using my guarantee for Chaska? Maybe. It depends on what happens on my brother's account, right? Wow, great. We'll see. But I don't think you need to give me any more summons. I don't think we're in that situation, so if you want to give me more monies, save it for, or more Prima Gems, save it for the future. I don't think this will be an important banner for that to happen on. But, you know, yeah. If you want to guilt me into, if I end up choosing to, like, not, if I end up losing the 50-50 and try to save the guarantee, people might be able to make the argument to make me go and use that guarantee for Chaska anyways. But it also depends on what we see for the character kits next patch, for the next patch beta. That will sway my desire to keep or use a guarantee one way or another. If you lost 2 50-50 in a row, upcoming should be 75-25. Correct. Alright, well, that was exciting. Nothing new spawned. Nope. Alright, bye-bye. Who would you say the guarantee for otherwise? I mean, Sitlali, Moika, or Shenhe? Any of those? Yeah. I'll be honest, someone like Zloithvet or others, by the way, and again, this would be if I didn't have a guarantee, mostly. Because if I have a guarantee, if I have a guarantee and I want to hold my guarantee, I will stand my ground, right? That's my policy moving forward. If you choose to donate, instead of giving me money, you choose to donate by giving me Primo Gems, I can't stop you. Like, my UID is there. But, if at the point of you giving me the Primo Gems, it's my decision. You can try to feel like, hey, I wanted to give you these to help you justify getting Zhongli or whatever, or getting Chaska. But if I feel it's more valuable to save the guarantee, then I'm going to save it anyways. So I will just default to, it is my account, I make the decisions, right? I did not tell you to give me Primo Gems, it is my decision, right? But if I don't have a guarantee for Zhongli banner and someone wants to give me Primo Gems to get Zhongli, maybe, right? Because, like, there's shenanigans that could be done with Zhongli. I don't think they're that interesting, though. They're not worth going for, quite frankly. So I'm not going to, is my current inclination. But, if someone gives me the Primo Gems to go for it, then that changes things a little bit. I'm going to wait for them to come back. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh, I don't know if I've ever been happier in my life. None of them are ornamental either. Oh, that little fuck is. Never mind, I lied. But, oh my. Yeah, microwave Zhongli, like Zhongli, Chiori, and then physical Zhongli is what makes. Oh my god, another one spawned! I've never been so happy. Anyway, the physical Zhongli notably is like probably like I will be stubborn and I will not use Zhongli for his shielding ability, other than like the only time I'll use Zhongli for his like strong shielding ability is if I want to, like if I don't need a team that, like if I have a team with a flex slot and the flex slot is not important for the purpose of, I think another one spawned, is not important for the purpose of showing what the team does, right? And like I just want to demonstrate like how a reaction works or whatever the frick. Zhongli would be useful for that, for not having to worry about getting interrupted for the purpose of like that kind of footage. He would be useful on a content level because of that, which is stupid. But you know, if I was actually going to play him, I don't need to catch that. If I was actually, you know what, screw it, I'll catch it. I don't know if I caught an ornament of this one yet, so maybe I'll want one for the memories or something. Can you stop? There we go. No, come on, dude. All right. So yeah. Anyways, this is not me trying to pressure people. Don't give me Primo Gems again. I would prefer you just donate through Ko-Fi or whatever, and then I can decide for myself. and then, you know, it also lets me save a little bit of money on the polls rather than paying Mihoyo directly and having to pay more. Whatever. Point being, let's go for a swim. Okay, the stupid Mihoyo censoring, the China censorship underwater is so funny to me. It's particularly here because like the blue contrast with the yellows and oranges on Shaloden made it stand out more. Anyways, whatever. Is this game worth playing? Is it good? Genshin's a mess, is what I will say. I quite frankly feel that Genshin is they threw everything, they threw all the spaghetti on the wall and saw what would stick, right? As far as their decision making for how they designed many aspects to Genshin, and there are definitely aspects to it that I've been very frustrated by. If you want to try a gacha game, like if you've never tried a gacha game before and you want to try a gacha game and want a more well-refined product, I personally right now recommend trying Zenless over Genshin. I think it's a much more well-refined experience on a gameplay level, everything level. It feels like the creative vision was much stronger there. Genshin has a lot of... Oh, I just scared them away, but hopefully they'll come back. Genshin has a lot of strong points, and it, generally speaking, has improved as time has gone on, but in particular, starting now, I think... Starting, if you start now, and, you look at, the kind of videos I make, and you're like, oh boy, how long would it take me to get my account to the point of... How long... If you start your account today, how long would it take you to get to the point that my account is at? Ignoring the 5-star weapons, ignoring the constellations. How long would it take you to just get these characters? Right? And some of the relevant constellations, too. We're talking, yeah. I think Pumpkin's estimate is at least 2 years is correct. That's a pretty rough aspect, too, in my opinion. To be clear, not all of these characters are characters you would need to pull for or anything. You would, by no means do you need all of them. You can be very, very successful. I could delete most of these characters from my account and still fully clear the game's content, right? But on the level of where I enjoy having all these characters, the long-term enjoyment is having all these different characters and being able to play around with all the different ways they play together, right? That's where the long-term enjoyment for Genshin has come from. The short-term enjoyment that you can gain and the reason to play Genshin today, if you are considering playing it, is, in my opinion, the exploration. The story, I think early on is kind of more miss than hit. But then later on, the story has been they've been. Oh, this is a freaking ornamental fish. The story later on has been, I'd say, getting consistently pretty much better across the board. There's certainly a crap ton of things to do that are not things that require interfacing with the gambling system, right? You can play a very, very large amount of this game's content without touching the gambling part of acquiring characters. So, you know, to its credit, right? It's not like it's just a gambling game by any means. It's not like you can't get enjoyment. But one of my friends, basically, she hasn't played Genshin very much lately, but she likes Genshin and still keeps it installed because she likes it as a game to log into and pick flowers. She likes to log in and run around this absolutely ginormous world and pick flowers. And if that's the kind of enjoyment you think you're going to get from Genshin, there is no difference for playing Genshin now versus playing Genshin 5 years ago, right? So, is it Kelly? It is indeed Kelly. Let's go. Wait, what am I? No, there's only one. Yeah, there's just the one spot we have to go. So, there's plenty of ways to enjoy Genshin, is my point, without running into the gacha problems or the problems I'd say the game has. If you're a new player wanting to try to catch up to some players like me. But yeah, it's weird. This is all it is. Of course, classic. Alright, well. We had that one good spot. We probably need to just jump into one more account, I'm guessing. Sick. Alright. Thank you. Or, thank you. But yeah, exploration is probably, in my opinion, the number one reason. The amount of exploration content, if you just like exploring, and Genshin does exceedingly well at the little dopamine hits from exploration, as you can clearly tell, Zephyr probably enjoys the exploration, right? Because they have 100% at everything. And the... Are you literally 100% everything? Wow. It's a relative rarity to see someone who has 100% at everything. Yeah. Nice. I would have shamed you if you weren't 100% in so like if you're someone who likes exploration and like the open world games, I quite frankly think that's like by far one of Genshin's strongest points. And not to mention how consistently they keep on adding more exploration content. Like in a week here, we're getting more exploration, we're getting more open world content. And in another 6 weeks after that, there's a good chance we might be getting even more. I don't know 100% if they're adding anything in version 5.3 or not, but I think it's likely. And if it's not in 5.3, it'll probably be in 5.4 or 5.5 or whatever, right? Generally speaking, the average rate is at least every other patch adds exploration content in some form or another. So yeah, if you like exploration, there's still very much a compelling reason to play, and there is not really a meaningful need to engage with the gambling system for exploration. You can get value for exploration, like characters that have, well, not these, but characters like Shilonen that have movement abilities, are valuable to potentially pull for just for exploration, but you don't need that. It just lets you move around slightly faster, kind of thing. Yeah, the volcano area being added in 5.3 is my expectation as well. So anyways, yep. Genshin's weird, is a mess. But particularly the combat, I'd say if you're someone who likes combat in video games and you like playing around in different video games for innovative combat systems, I genuinely think Genshin has like some pretty cool ideas as far as a real-time, action combat game. We need to find someone else to join, but we'll see if we can join Simon. Oh, nice. But like the combat has flaws, and one of the big ones is like if you get to the point of really being able to enjoy Genshin's combat, you've also gotten to the point where you would probably have the frustration of like the problem I have is like it's really fun. I still really enjoy like looking at new character releases and thinking about all the ways to use a character, even if it's a character I'm not super interested in at the end of the day, like Chaska. I still really enjoy the process of thinking about how to use these characters and how they interface with all the existing characters in the game, right? But when it comes time to actually play them, there's not that much content to actually do with combat in the game. There's this, which has its problems, and there's this, which has way more problems. So it's a mess because it's inconsistent, and like it's depending on your preferences and what you enjoy about the game long term. I'd say it may feel like it's not very satisfying to play long term for a lot of people. Like I don't think I would have been playing it this long if it wasn't for being a content creator. And to be clear, like I've enjoyed many aspects. That doesn't say like I hate the game right now. But yeah. Oh wait, I don't know. Simon, are you watching? Hiya. I need fish. Not many. Are you able to turn it to night time? Specifically 1800. About to go AFK to make cookies. Sweet. Nice. Thank you. Enjoy the cookies. Alright. So, yeah. It's a mess because, like, it has, like... I feel that Genshin has, like, these all, like, disjointed aspects to it, where, like, you could separate out its different parts and it would be a completely different standalone game. Like, you could separate out the story experience of Genshin, I would say, and it would be... like just like a visual novel game with occasional animations or whatever in between, right? You could completely separate out the story experience from Genshin from the combat experience, from the exploration experience, with a little bit of asterisk of obviously the exploration experience doesn't involve a little bit of combat, but the exploration experience in combat is mostly trivial, with the exception of they've done a little bit better in the last year or two by introducing some enemies that you can find in overworld while exploring that are a little bit more difficult and actually require engaging with the combat a bit more. They're not required things that you have to complete for progression or anything, but they're just optional things you can face, which is good. But I would say they've generally failed in particular at, for people like me, where the main thing that has kept me engaged, like kept me thinking about the next thing coming in Genshin, is the combat system. And they have very much failed to add content that makes the combat enjoyable. Like it has the highs and lows of, like, there's definitely times where I've been getting a lot of enjoyment out of playing the combat of the game, and messing around with different things that are possible. But then there's also like multiple month periods where I just like am not getting any enjoyment out of the combat kind of thing. So yeah. I want the feeling of being weak that we once got when the game was released. Yeah, I would like that too. I do think they need to add more like wait, what they did in Zenless recently, right, with the battle tower, right, where like you can have really strong teams that still are a challenge to fight the content in, and like you're not getting any additional rewards. It's just a thing you can go do because you enjoy the combat, right? It's not required in any fashion. It's just a thing you can do. They just have nothing like that in Genshin. And the only reason to like start to really hyper optimize things in Genshin is just because like you like playing the game enough that you like worry about optimizing your clear times down in Abyss just because you enjoyed that. It's not like an intended design aspect. So yeah, I don't know. The game is a mess, but generally speaking, in a good way. It has a little bit of something for most people, is what I would say. That was a fun tangent. Thank you for asking. Genuinely, thank you for asking, yeah. So it's nice seeing random people that are just like, I haven't played Genshin, should I play it? Because I have complicated feelings about it. But overall, like, it's a game I find hard to recommend. Still, because of my feelings about it. And how, like, and like one thing, to be clear, I didn't like, if you haven't played any gacha games before, I should have talked about this before. The game is very good at making you want to spend money. That's the goal, right? The goal is to have all these like sneaky mechanisms that tie into the gambling, right? Like yes, you don't need to. I emphasize, you don't need to get any character for, you know, exploration, but you will still find yourself wanting, right? You will find yourself wanting constantly, and it's part of the gameplay loop, right? And it's how the game is monetized. Like, this game has been stupidly expensive for them to make, and they've made a stupid amount of money from it. So, you know, they have things that like sneakily will trick your brain. Like, their goal isn't to force you to spend money. They don't really have anything in the game that makes you need to spend money. You can very much be successful and clear all the content in this game without spending money. It just might take you longer. But their goal is to make you want it. The goal is to make you want to spend money. And that is like it's psychological manipulation, quite frankly, is what I would describe it as. And how bad that is in my opinion dependent on the individual person, right? How bad that might be for you. There are certain people that could be really, really bad for. I myself was surprised, like I recognized it doing these things and making me want this, you know, but it's still managed, and you would think being able to recognize it doing that to yourself would make it so that you can make better decisions. But despite me recognizing that, it still made me make a number of bad decisions as far as money goes. And for me, I have made more money from Genshin than I have lost, that's for dang sure, because it do be my job now. But if if I hadn't, right, if I stopped making content, right, after a year, or whatever, then I would probably have maybe broken even. But if I hadn't made content at all, I probably would be, you know, $1,000 in the drain, I'm guessing. And like, that's a bit rough. So, you know, tread with caution. Just keep that in mind. Have that nagging part of your brain while playing these gacha games that they are trying to make you want to spend money. And they're structured in sneaky ways to make you want to spend money. And that's all. There's an Oculus here for you. Alright. This one had all the... Okay, it only has 2 this time. This one had like 5 last time, but how many do we need? Oh, we have enough. Oh, well, okay. Never mind. I guess we'll catch these anyways for the fun of it. Why not? So that means we took... Wow, we only took... But the number one vote was it was gonna... So I asked at 3 hours and 15 minutes in the stream. It's been 35 minutes. It's been 35 minutes. And I had 45 minutes in the poll, 1.5 hours, and 2+ hours. 13% of people voted 45 minutes. 33% voted 1.5 hours, and over 50% of people voted freaking 2 hours, which I understand. I mean, I do yap and get a little bit distracted, but, you know, I think you're a little bit off. It only took 35 minutes, thankfully. All it took was looking up exactly the spots, which is good. Didn't yap long enough, I know. Anyways, that's nice. It means hopefully I'll maintain my energy for recording the account fixing video. Alright, we're all done. Alright. All done, thank you. By Simon Snick. Okay. You voted with the catch in mind, fair. Alright, yeah, I think this is easier than the catch overall. After actually looking up where the bluefish were and that they were nighttime for sure, it was less bad. But just going to the fishing spots without looking them up was a little bit not great. So I wouldn't say... Like, I don't like that I don't like that to make this not be an annoying experience. It required me to look it up, right? Like, I think if you were just naturally playing the game and you tagged the fishing spots that you saw while you were exploring around and you didn't look anything up, I think the need to, like, I'm of the opinion that the need to look things up is bad game design. So, you know, like, how long would it have taken, right? With, like, the fishes respawning every 3 days or whatever. How many weeks would it have taken just with the not purposely changing the time, not whatever, like the non-obvious things? But well, I don't know. Changing time is a relatively obvious thing, but still tedious. But so we'll say you did change the time, but like you just went to your own spots and like changed the time. Like it probably would have taken weeks. That's a bit rough. But anyways, we got the poop or the pole, the pipe. My brain apparently is not functioning. And there we go. We never need to fish in Fontaine again. Alrighty. The real question is, what materials does this thing use? I'm not going to level this to 90 right now. That's for sure. I wish to save my resources for other things going on. Okay, interesting. It uses materials I kind of have. It uses these. This is like one of the few things that uses that. Leveled up a little bit at least. This is cheap enough. I'm not concerned about it. Oh my. Do I just have enough to level to 90? Oh, shoot. Okay. I just maybe have never leveled a weapon that used that, probably. Sick. Okay. Do I have the funny fish bone? Nope. And we're not doing that today, but I mean, there might be a future stream just for the fun of it. What am I doing? I need to refine it too. Yeah. The whole reason for this was not because I actually think I will switch to this weapon, but was simply because I considered that I think it would be an important point of comparison to have, right? I want to be able to compare this weapon's like extra damage value compared to the convenience value of the Fav, the only. So, you know, and I'm 90%, 95% confident I'm going to stick to Fav on her, but I would like a comparison option, right? That's all. So yeah, let's, I don't know, sure, do this ascension. How much does it cost? Yeah, sure. Getting to the point of spending more resources than I intended to. But, you know, we're still talking like one ley line worth of materials I've spent so far. Okay. Well, I don't technically need to level this to 90 either. The only reason to level to 90 is just for the ER, which is valuable. And potentially needed, but not strictly necessary. The pipe looks better aesthetically. I don't agree. I'm sorry. I don't hate it, because, like, the dark browns, the pipe aesthetically, I think is not bad. I like the contrast with the orange, right? Or with the orange, with the blue. But Vav matches, like, Furina's accent color on her, like, hand, whatever you call these, like, the cuffs. And also Fav is just one of the more pleasing looking weapon designs in the game, in my opinion. It's not too over the top. It's a little bit over the top with the hand guard and whatever. But it's not, you know, this. So, or this. Like you know, I don't think this looks terrible on Furina or anything. I'm not saying that, but this is a very over the top fantasy weapon design, and this is a little bit over the top, but like, I like it more. Anyways, I really like this weapon. Wolfang looks better on her. Yeah, I don't disagree. Wolfang looks pretty good, but anyways, I still think Fav is one of the best looking weapons in general in the game. But so actually, someone asked that question earlier. What weapon I think looked the best? Lumida's Elegy maybe is the best, but let's be real, it's actually Fav Sword. Fav Sword looks the best in the game. Anyways, you don't even freaking see the weapon on Furina, like, ever, so it just doesn't matter. Like, the people pulling a Furina weapon for drip is, like, why? I'm sorry, like, why? You don't see it. Like, you do this, and then you burst on Furina, and yeah, I know you see it when you initially freaking, like, you see it for a frame. Ooh. Or you see it when Mihoyo Dark Pattern tries to manipulate your brain and shoving it behind her. But, like, anyway, whatever. Yeah, I know you can see it when you spam charge attacks. This is not something you normally do, though. Also, it's still not even visible most of the time. It's mostly covered in light. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, gotta have that blue drip for 2 frames. Anyways, I had a whole lot of these, right? No. I can make 20. I'm pretty sure I can just fully ascend this thing. Wow. Okay, well, I said I wasn't going to, but part of me wants to just do it now anyways and say, you know, F it. Fully ascend it. That way I can't take it back in the future, because, like, if I don't do it now, I'm gonna forever, like, waddle around, well, like, oh, I want to use my resources somewhere else, and, like, I do want to use my resources somewhere else, but maybe I just take oh, yeah, that's kind of expensive now. How many of these is 2,000 XP versus 10,000? Oh, okay, so it's 5 of these is. So I functionally have 1,700 of the high tier. Like, this is a weapon I've been intending to level up eventually. Like, this is like why, because, like, Skyward Spine has forever been like I'll level it up eventually weapon, and I just never have. I've had a couple random cases of, like, I wished I had it leveled up to, like, test on Emily, but I still haven't. Just take it to 80. That's true. Yeah, we'll take it to 80 for now, and then I'll decide from there. We need 6 of these and 2 more of those. Where is it? I'm blind. I just saw it like 2 minutes ago. There it is. Bam. Watch Mona double it. No. I thought she would do it because she always does it. Wait. No, of course. Of course. You know, This system is not made perfectly. Like, it shows recently obtained or trained characters, and I think trained means if you ascended or like did talents or something on the character, it puts them in this list here. And I know I can manually select Furina and find the weapon here, right? Or no, I don't have the weapon equipped. So like, I wish this was a little bit better. Like, oh, it saw me leveling up this pipe. It would, yeah, but oh well. It's not perfect, but it's still a nice change to help with the menu mess in the crafting table. So it's just not perfect, that's all. I'm surprised I don't have a third R5 Fab Sword. Oh, I do. I just haven't refined. Oh, that makes sense. Fab Sword is valuable enough, it does make sense to keep a spare 4th copy. Yeah, what was I doing? The pipe. Oh, frick, I needed... God damn it, I got distracted yapping to myself. 6 Xenomatic crystals. So, like, my point is that I found myself, like, clicking this and then not having the ability to actually, like, use this to actually get me to the thing I need quicker. And then I end up having to just go and scroll through the list manually like I just did anyways. That was my overall point. So, you know, it's fine. It's still an improvement. Just not perfect. Yeah, I want more bizarre weapons too. The fishing weapons being weird is fun. I agree. The catch was just kind of boring, honestly. Well, it's not that boring. It's like a 2-pronged trident. It's a fork. It's not that boring. Anyways, this takes sort of a little bit more ER. And, you know, that was like, I don't know, 400,000 more we spent, and we didn't have to spend any resin for these materials. I think that was fine. This doesn't... Ascending, I don't think, gives me any more ER. To get any more ER, I'd have to... I think the substat, if I recall, only increases at intervals of 5. So I'd have to level to 85 or 90 to be able to get any more ER from it. And it's not going to affect the damage she deals, it just affects the energy we have. So, like, you know, that's what her stats look like. And you know what? And she'd have 100% crit rate, of course, right now, which should be fine. 100% crit rate is good. But it's also worth, you know, mentioning that because this gives crit rate, with a really invested build with as good as stats as, like, this has overall, you can definitely get away with the potential of doing something like that, right? And then, bam, well, it's not amazing, to be honest. That's actually just worse. Never mind. That's much worse than I thought it would be. I didn't properly try to estimate that in my head. That is just... We lost... I think, okay, this is a side effect of I don't think I have a good enough crit damage circlet. I need a crit damage circlet that has, like, 18% crit rate. Like, I need the crit damage circlet that's the equivalent of this, but with crit damage main stat, crit rate, substat, right? So, like, 18% crit rate, right? A lot of crit rate rolls. I don't have that at all. So I think in this case, it just makes sense to just say, oh, yay, 100% crit rate, right? Because 60% crit rate for gaining about 30 crit damage is not worth it. And the HP was very slightly higher, but not meaningfully higher. So, yeah, because my off-piece circlet is so cracked, we're just going to stick to that, I think. And that's the better comparison, right? Because that means we're only changing one variable. The only variable is that this thing gives her 100% crit rate and 32% more skill damage bonus versus the extra ER this gives. Extra ER and the particles for the whole team, notably. So, I guess let's do a simple comparison. Let's do a simple comparison in this team. I think Furina's own ER should be fine in this team. Well, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure how important. No, it should be fine because we get some energy from Mona. So therefore, this is definitely a team where Fab is probably unnecessary, other than the fact that losing the Fab particles for Dia is kind of bad, but we're going to ignore that. We're just comparing Furina's damage. So, yeah. 100% crit rate. Yeah, 100% crit rate, 170 crit damage, 2 infinite ER, not bad at all. And yeah, yes, this gives a little bit of it. The energy from this is weird because Furina's only going to get, I think, 2 particles that have the extra energy recharge. So functionally, this is kind of more like having an extra 10 energy recharge, not having an extra 30 energy recharge because of the fact that Furina gains particles over time through her full duration. So it's weird. Yeah, we basically just traded crit rate. Did I say skill damage bonus before? I was being stupid. We just traded crit rate for, yeah, energy. And like, this should be better. So, you know what, actually, okay, let's do the most appropriate comparison that we could do in doing the full buffing Furina. So obviously both of these teams, both of these situations are not min-maxing Furina, to be clear, because Furina would have lower ER needs than either of these builds have. The point is just to compare one thing and one thing only, and that's the different weapons, right? So we're using the pipe, I think, right now, and then we'll switch back to Fav. Attack percent, useless. All these are useless. I mean, we'll take this, I guess, because I don't know. It'll give us damage bonus faster or whatever. Well, you freaking bottle. Oh, please. You die, please. There we go. I think Siege Wing, if I had Fav, would have had her energy back, but folks might have missed a little bit. I'm like 90% confident I can optimize that down a little bit. We're gonna do a couple of retries. Or would you say Festering Desire is compared to Pipe and Fav? Festering Desire should be significantly better than the Pipe because of the damage bonus. That's where my brain was getting messed up, saying damage bonus, I think. I just was being stupid. So, yeah, it's just going to be better than the Pipe significantly. And like, compared to Festering Desire, compared to Fav, is just going to be a question of how valuable are the Fav particles for other teammates, and how, well, and for Furina herself, right? Do this time. Really? Okay. I wonder. Oh, that's whatever. It's fine. Do this. Where are you, dude? My dude. I love that optimizing this chamber comes down to whether or not the enemies just hide for you for 10 seconds. But, you know, like, I gotta do this multiple times to get, like, a proper comparison. I am fairly certain with this team, as it was configured before, I was getting, like, 30-second clears when I optimized things down. I think I did a live stream about it a little while ago, right? I think it was a slightly different configuration, potentially, but not crazily different. Yeah, Siege Wing is not getting her burst back when she normally was before. Okay, we'll just say 40 seconds. 40 seconds is a comparison. We'll do one more. I could have sworn I was getting like 30-second clears before with the same team in a similar configuration. But yeah. Oh yeah, Siege Wing is on Aqua Simulacra, to be clear. If you don't use Aqua, like, if I use the 3-star bow, if I recall, I get... We're an R4 Aqua, so like... But R1 Aqua is much more important than the Refines. I think Siege Wing was getting like 45, 50k, I believe, on the same exact build, just the 3-star bow versus the 5-star bow. So Siege Wing in this team still does a lot of damage. What am I doing? Even without. Yeah, no, she is a C1 Siege Wing. I'm not gonna C6. I don't know. I don't C6 characters in general. On my mini account. Polearms only is a different story. And Polearms only is only a opportunistic. I didn't burst. Rain. It might be better optimization-wise to get the dude to get the dude. I wonder. You know what? Let's try something slightly different. This is like a weird speedrun like optimization type thing. You don't technically have to do, right? It's not necessarily clear, but let's try doing this because like a tap skill there is not going to take very long, and then you know that way we have some VV buff going while we're doing. Oops, why did I do that? I didn't catch those particles. That was bad. While we're doing whatever, I think I can do that a little bit better. Take one extra switch, which is a potential loss in like rotation time, but might still result in a faster clear time by having that VV up during the Shallonen burst animation, right? That's the idea. Also, for the same reason, maybe, well, the reason I don't Siege Wing buff, or Siege Wing skill, God dang it, flying away. Reason I don't Siege Wing skill is because I want to catch the particles from her, which I didn't there, because I'm stupid. I didn't do the thing I just said I was going to do. It was still about 40 seconds. It didn't really matter. Okay. Well, 40 seconds. 40 seconds is the point of comparison. And we'll switch to Fav, and we're going to watch the times basically be the same. That's what we're going to see. But hey, having more ER weapons in general available is not a bad thing. I can put it on Singcho or something if I need be. Yeah, C6 Siege Wing I think just lasts a lot longer duration if I recall. I don't remember how long. I don't really care. Did you... Furina, you... Yeah, it is amusing to see likes of Siege Wing destroy. Deal all that damage. Alright. Butthole. I don't know if we actually got a BB going. We'll find out. Nope. Okay, well, that will retry. That definitely matters. Dude ran away from me as soon as I did Kazuo jump. Okay. You butthole. God. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I got disoriented. Whoopsies. Wow, it's like exactly the same. It's like exactly the same. To be clear, there's like with Fav, there's RNG. With the other weapon, there's not RNG on Furina's damage, right? Because I had 100% crit rate. It's like exactly the same. Like this is my whole point with like damage optimization when I talk about it oftentimes when it comes to like what exact optimal artifacts or weapons or the value of constellations, these different things that can increase your damage, right? They can be nice, particularly when you have a bunch of things increasing your damage in conjunction with each other, but oftentimes any one thing you change on its own is not that significant, and this even is like strong constellations have this effect, is not as significant compared to the effect of just optimizing your playstyle, right? So I don't know if this is actually going to result in a faster clear, but for example, let's walk back here to try to get him to jump immediately. And then we can do this. That was faster. Right. Like, so despite the fact that we added 16% crit rate, what we saw is like not much of a time increase in the time it took to clear. But then we saw a 3-second increase immediately when I just, you know, played the chamber a little differently. Which is why it's like, I feel like there's always an important thing to remember, right? In that oftentimes like optimization of actual clear times, which is like this content, right, is the only reason like you need to like care about optimizing your DPS. And this is a context where you need to care about optimizing how you're playing too. And like being able to reach higher damage thresholds in your characters is like important for giving you more flexibility. But ultimately, like, isn't that significant of a difference maker? Let's not do the strategy. It's not that significant of a difference maker, right? So if we do a few more retries with Fab here, we might have a couple instances of you know, we just didn't get some crits that landed in Furina at the right times, which caused us to take like an extra hit or two on the enemy, which causes a few second longer clear time, right? Like, there we go. Oh, he wouldn't hit on it. Yeah, and like things like that can cause longer clear times just by nature of it hiding away for 5 seconds, and then that causes you to clear longer, right? So you can see this one took a little bit longer. So like I do think the pipe in this team is like better. It is better than Fav. Ignoring the well, I don't know. It's not necessarily even better in the context of like the fact that it can help Sijuing get her burst back more consistently, kind of thing. So I don't know. Point being, does Sijuing make using the little Hydra bubbles? Yeah, she gets a little bit of damage bonus, I believe, based on she'll absorb them when you do her burst. And or maybe just she absorbs the droplets. I thought she had a damage bonus passive. Am I blind? I thought she, for some reason, had a damage bonus component for buffing her. She got like a little bit of Hydra damage bonus from them. I think I lied. It just gives healing bonus. So she uses them to give a tiny bit more healing, which is not nothing. More healing is potentially good for Furina, but in the context of me, not important. So yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? The situation we're seeing here is just like it doesn't matter. Other than like technically you'd have to, in this team, being that the fab particles don't matter that much, right? This is an example of a team where the fab particles don't matter. It's not that they don't matter at all, but they don't matter as much. And the fact that they don't matter as much means the pipe is better. It's just going to be 100% crit rate, more consistent. But at the same time, I'm definitely going to still prefer fab build on her because there's times where that will help get my energy back on whatever character quicker. So I'd rather have the one that makes me get my abilities back, the weapon that helps me get my teammates' characters' abilities back faster, rather than the one that gives me slightly more consistent clear times, when clear times are going to vary more based on like what the enemies do and how I try to deal with the enemies and or whatever. Right. This is why Fab is good. Because Fab actually does more obvious things than just a little bit more damage. That technically all the little bit more damage does is make it a little bit easier to optimize, but in a different way. And in a less noticeable way than I'd say extra energy particles usually do. So, anyways. Yeah. I agree. 1 to 2 seconds is not that big a deal. Fab has higher attack, being level 90, and higher ceiling-based attack? What? Well, I mean, we don't care about attack on this case, because Furina's damage is entirely HP scaling. The attack stat on Furina is doing nothing. So, yeah, in this context, yes, that doesn't matter. But in the context of Fab in general, yes, Fab in general is going to be a better weapon than this thing. is my overall conclusion. It's this thing mostly feels like a bad fav. For Furina specifically, it's a fav alternative, is what I would describe it as. Oh yeah, voice is back on. But anyways, I'm glad I have it for the point of comparison if I need to in the future. So it was a worthwhile thing to do this stream, and I'm glad you were here for me because we had plenty of good rants along with it. I think Pieman's coming in. How exciting, crazy. I should put this team back to the Dia team. Yep. All right.
Time to get down to business.
And welcome, level 40 Mona. So yeah, I am likely not streaming tomorrow, but it depends on what I get done tonight for the account fixing video. Might stream tomorrow, might stream Saturday. The Abyss resets on... Oh wait, I never looked at the Abyss. Let's do that at the end of the stream. I'm not going to show it, just on the off chance that Mihoyo smites me for... Well, will they? I don't think they will. Right? Mihoyo's not going to smite me for showing... No, this is probably fine. If they do, then I'll never do this again in the future. I'm just going to show it. I'm going to show what the Abyss is tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Saturday. Bam. There it is. Wait, no, this is the current one. No, wait, I can brain. No, that's the 5.2 Abyss. Never mind, that's not. Yeah, this is, oh boy, this Abyss. This, for many people, okay, so my prediction is the 5.2 Abyss is going to be my favorite Abyss chamber ever for Chamber 1. I think this is going to be one of the most fun Abyss chambers ever for Chamber 1. And then I'm going to absolutely hate every other chamber. So anyways, let's ignore that though. That's not what I intended to show. By the way, this is like over a month away. It's possible that this could change a little bit, but yeah. I'm very happy actually about double consecrated beasts in the same wave being together. Putting them together after, you know, a 2.2 million HP double waves is a bit brutal. I don't know. This is going to be actually a fun Chamber 1. I don't necessarily like this boss. I don't think I'm going to like this. Aeon Blight Drank is not fun for polearms only. This is probably going to be one of the most challenging abysses for polearms only. But, because the hydro incentivization, like Candace, is not going to be great at dealing with this thing. We'll see what else I can figure out. This is just kind of flying ability, and then this needs a pretty specific conjunction of things. Oof. Oh boy, you know, whatever. So notably though, right? Thankfully, so despite the fact that this next abyss coming in Saturday is going to be in the same patch, they are resetting the enemies, which is very good. I hope they always. My complaint originally when they did theater was like that theater was going to cause them to do more abyss cycles that lasted 2 months, and that I thought they should make sure they always do new enemies every single month. And hopefully this abyss is an indicator that that's what they're going to do. So this is the current abyss, right? With the Consecrated Beast first chamber, whatever, the golems, the plunging thing, and then the Geo Shield dude. Very easy first half, chamber 1 and 2. Chamber 2 and 3. With chamber 1 being the main challenge here for most people. This one is going to be 1 Consecrated Beast, and the HP scaling, by the way, is lower. So they're being goofy. So all abyss cycles before version 5.1 were always like 250% HP scaling. If you look right here, they're always 250% HP scaling. And then I shouldn't say always. Maybe pre-version 4.0 was it was always 250% HP scaling. So version 5.0 was still 250, and then version 5.1, this abyss, they did 375% scaling. So that's why like everyone was talking about that. But then they're doing 300% scaling in the next one, and then the same thing after that. So like, I don't know. It seems like they're being loosey-goosey with the HP scaling, where they're just going to arbitrarily change the HP scaling at a baseline to whatever they dang well feel like. But anyways, so they have the less HP scaling, right? So like these Consecrated Beasts, right, were 1.2 million HP in this current abyss. Same level, but you know now they have 9 940,000, right? So like a good 25% less health, which is fairly significant. So keep that in mind. They're being, I think it's fine for them to do this. It's just that there's no clear indicator they're doing this in game. Like I don't feel like, I don't know. I feel like if you clicked on the details of these enemies in the abyss, right? If we went into the thing here, right? It shows you the enemy list. But then there's the problem of like they don't show any additional information, like what the enemy's resistances are, what the HP total is, whatever, right? Like they could do better. I think they should. You don't get any additional information. They just show what it is and what its level is. Like if they're gonna be loosey goosey with changing the HP scaling, you better like give us the stats, right? In game. That's my complaint. Yes, the Tulpa has over 3.6 million HP. It'll be fine. Tulpa will be fun. So, anyways, I think I'll like this Abyss because the Tulpa is fun. I enjoy fighting the Consecrated Beasts, and so this wave of one Consecrated Beast into one other enemy is fine. That enemy will be kind of interesting to fight. We haven't had that in Abyss yet, I don't think. I don't like that Chamber 1 second half has this stupid experimental field generator. I think that's one of the more unfun bosses in the game, quite frankly. It's just a very, I don't know, it's less unfun than the stupid one in Chamber 2 currently, the local legend thing, but it's similar. You gonna knock that shit right down? Yeah, nice, there you go. So yeah, overall I think this Abyss cycle will be more enjoyable than the new one. And I'm very happy about the fact that they're doing new enemies, right? Despite it being the same patch, because anytime in the past, they've done this, anytime in the past, whenever there was a new Abyss cycle that was within the same patch, only the Abyss cycle that was the first, like if there was a new patch and the Abyss cycle reset, then they would do new enemies, right? Only when, so like, this one we had new enemies because it was at the start of 5.1, but we had a circumstance where in like I think version 4. Yeah, so wait, yeah, so this one lasted 2 months. The pyro, this stupid pyro, this is probably the hardest Abyss cycle I think they've ever had. And even though the total HP amounts weren't that high, these pyrolectors were brutal. And this was around for 2 months, and the day that, so this was 2 different cycles, right? The day that version 4.8 was coming out was the same day that the patch was resetting, but because technically the Abyss reset before the patch was live, we had the same enemy lineup for another month, instead of having new enemies. So, like, that sucks, right? So my hope is that this means that they're going to always do new enemy cycles every month now, is what this indicates. Please, Mihoyo. Like, because that makes Abyss substantially more enjoyable, rather than Abyss gets really stale to go back and do when it's the same thing for 2 months straight. So as soon as it gets to like the like 3 weeks of the same enemies when I'm like playing different teams, I tend to get a little bit bored. So it's like time for them to go after a month is generally my overall feeling for most enemy cycles, even if it's enemy cycles I enjoyed. So good on Mihoyo for doing that. Maybe we'll find out they changed their mind and then that this data is wrong and it'll be the same enemy cycle and I'll have to take back my praise. We'll find out though. I look forward to this Abyss though. I might not stream directly on Saturday itself when that resets. It might be a Sunday stream for me. Depends on if I choose to wake up early or not, most likely. So, anyways. Aeon Blight Drake in second half gonna get RNG screwed on the crab. Yeah, there's different ways of knocking the Aeon Blight Drake out of the air. It's awkward. It'll be weird on Bullums only. I think it will be fine because I'm pretty sure Chevreuse trivializes it. The last time I think it showed up in Abyss, I think I had Chevreuse, and I was like, wow, this thing used to be one of the most annoying enemies in Bullums only, and now I have Chevreuse, and Chevreuse just instantly knocks it down. So on command. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of methods to deal with the Aeon Blight Drake, so I think it's a perfectly fine enemy for normal accounts. But if you have a relatively limited subset of usable characters, it is very possible that the Aeon Blight Drake's mechanics of flying into the air might prevent you from clearing. So, anyways. Oh, by the way, to be clear, I guess I had C4 Shivers. Shivers on her own might be a little awkward to knock it down. You'd have to hit the middle part, I think, right? Or Hair Burst would have to hit one of the initial engines on the right or left. So, anyways, there's a decent number of ways to knock it down. Obviously, bow characters all can knock it down, but that was the main problem I faced on Poems Only, was I didn't have bow characters. And no one before Shivers could do like an aimed... Like, the way to take it down out of the air on Polearms Only before Shivers released was Shao. Like, I had to... Like I remember doing a stupid amount of, like, messing around trying to optimize. Jumping on Zhongli Pillar, using Shao Burst, and then using Shao's skill to zoop into the thing's engines to knock it out of the air. Actually just nightmarish levels of optimization because of, like, yeah. Mostly because of how the Aeon Blight Drake moves away from you, so... yeah, it was absurd. But, hey, I was able to clear those Abyss cycles, at least. So, I don't know, it'll be interesting when the Wolf Lord and the Pyro, whatever the Natlan enemy is called, this butthole. Right, so this thing... Let me show this thing. To be clear, I don't actually like this design because, like, shield mechanics, fine. But shield mechanics where it's flying away from you, shield mechanics, I don't know. This boss kind of feels like, F you have Furina. I'm not gonna lie. If you don't have the ability to clear it in one rotation. Obviously, if you have the ability to kill it before it gets its shield, then whatever. It's also possible, it's worth mentioning, its mechanics might change. In Abyss, they oftentimes slightly change how shield mechanics work exactly in Abyss compared to Overworld. Okay, well, we need to not kill it, by the way. Do your shield. Oh yeah, Wolf Lord's probably going to be easier with Shalana, yeah. Do your thing. Bro, go do your shield. So, like, anyways. It's possible it might be very killable without, like, yeah. So it goes up in the freaking air. And has a pyro shield. Like, okay. What abilities in the game do that? I don't think Nubila can even look that high. Yeah, you're supposed to, like, hit this, whatever. No. But of course, Furina summons can hit it. Well, gee, that's sure convenient. Like, I swear to God, if that thing comes in Abyss and they're planning like, if they rerun Furina in version 5.3 with this thing in Abyss or something, this is not a coincidence, right? They rerun, if they do like Mawika first patch and then Mawika Furina first half or something. Because that Abyss, the Abyss with this thing in the Abyss will be live when version 5.3 starts, by the way. So, yeah. Anyways, Emily can deal with it. Can she? Can she deal with the Pyro Shield? Find out. I feel like she doesn't, but I don't remember. I think I used it against it at some point.
The pleasure is all mine.
Oh, it tracks it? Well, that's not the problem isn't, like, tracking. The problem is, like, getting through its shield. And she doesn't actually, like, Emily, not only does she not apply that much Dendro I don't think is going to get through a Pyro Shield very well. Electro and Hydro is, generally speaking, what you're going to want to get through a Pyro Shield. So... And as far as Electro goes on Polearms Only, I have Cyno and Raiden. Raiden won't work because it's coordinated attacks and it's up in the air and, like, you know. And Cyno won't work because it's up in the air. Well, it's possible that AoE on Cyno's skill hits might hit it, but I won't be able to get that many of them out if I'm not actively triggering reactions on it. I won't have Thundering Fury extra skills. So, yeah. Chances of a rerun on Emily? Soon? I mean, I have no idea. I feel like it makes more sense Her burst doesn't even hit it. So yeah, Dendro doesn't even do anything to it. To be clear, Candace will be able to hit that. Also, it doesn't even attack it in the air. So, you know.
Destiny cannot be.
Oops. Yeah, so no, Emily does not help there. Oops, I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, I don't know. That'll be an interesting challenge. It depends on exactly what its mechanics end up being in the Abyss, though. Because if it's similar to Overworld, the solution might just be to brute force it, right? And kill it before it lives. Or before it gets to live to the point of making the shield, right? If it's similar to Overworld. But it also wouldn't surprise me, because I suspect what they will do in Abyss is it will have a very... If it's going to have any kind of non-shield phase at the start, like it has in Overworld, it's going to be very short. So it'll much more quickly go into its shield phase compared to how long it takes for Overworld. That's my guess. So that'll be interesting. Can Newbie hit it? I don't know. He can't? No. Yeah, someone in the chat said no. Yeah, as far as Electro options,
I have a high hope
I
for
haven't
this
checked if
journey.
Official can hit it.
The threats of
This is
betrayal
not an
lie in
option
my
for
hands.
Polems Only. Again, Polems Only is like I don't have anyone other than Candace, and like Candace will be I'd have to try to hit it while it's swooping down. I'll be able to hit the things that it creates on the ground, and I'll have to try to hit it when it swoops down. That's my choice. So, and then like Sino, like the best option I probably have is maybe Sino's AoE on his skill. Sino, Candace, Emily, Toma, maybe, I don't know. I got Emily. She's hard to build without her weapon. Yep. I mean, I wouldn't worry about. Don't. Most likely, just be fine with doing a burst every other rotation if you don't have Emily's weapon. Other than the only time it would make sense to try to build her to burst every rotation, in my opinion. So that would be either with ER weapons or whatever. Is specifically if you are in a situation like an AoE situation where you can group enemies together and try to like abuse the fact that her burst hits she can output a stupid amount of damage basically in AoE if enemies are close to each other and they get hit multiple times by the same abilities and all get targeted. So you got the battle pass full arm for her. Yeah, it's a good deathmatch is a good option for her. If you don't have deathmatch, I will probably have the Royal Spear out video this week. I think. I think Royal Spear is actually an interesting option for her. I'm not even kidding. I think it's better than Blackcliff for her at least. But anyways, if you got deathmatch is probably better though. Probably don't use it over deathmatch. So anyways, as far as Electro options,
Come with me.
I don't think necessary. So I don't know if Official will be able to hit it from range. Well, she can do charge attacks at least, right? Beto, I think, is worth checking because if we can hit it while it's down low with her burst, she will do 4 units of Electro, and that's a lot. So yeah, I don't know. As far as other Hydras that aren't Furina, can Kokomi normal attack? If Kokomi can normal attack it, maybe. If Yelan or Sing Cho's abilities can target it while you're doing normal attacks, but I think they won't. I'm pretty sure these won't be able to. Funnily enough, Siege Queen's bubble might actually be able to target, but it's going to be only like 2 units of Hydro, so it's not that significant. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a bit annoying, even for a normal account, is my overall guess. So we'll see. It really depends on what they choose to do and how long does it actually take to get a shield up. 1 normal attack with Mualani. Mualani is really terrible for targeting. I think Mualani is going to be pretty bad at dealing with this thing's shield. Yeah, Official and Beto might be interesting options. Sara burst hit it. I don't know what the hitbox of Sara's, like vertical hitbox of Sara's burst is. It's possible. I'm gonna guess, by the way, that this is out of range. Oh, yeah, by the way, should be able to do a little bit to it, but it just doesn't have crazy single target. Oh, she does. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. But not very quickly. Ah, frick. I didn't hit it. Okay, well, shoot. It's interesting that Official does something to it. Okay, I didn't even manage to hit it with that. Okay. Oh, she did. Can't say those are going to be super compelling options, is my vibe there. This boss really feels like a Furina boss. That's not good. Like, this might be one of the worst bosses they could possibly consider putting in Abyss. Like, a lot of people are not going to feel it's that rough because of Furina existing, to be clear. So again, it's the whole back to the conversation of, like, so many people have Furina, but, like, it's really dickish to put an enemy that really, really is pushing towards one specific character in the game, right? Is my problem. I think it's worth checking, I guess. Sethos, by the way. Sethos is weird, though, because, like, how do you generate? You're going to need energy. Ugh, I don't know. Let's try Sethos. Sethos does quite a lot of electro application from his shots. You can get... How much will we get? I don't know. At least 6 units of application note, which I think will be more than what Official did there, at least. And he's ranged, so you can still just, like, use the whatever attacks, even if you're out of energy. You could do that with Official too, to be clear, I guess, with their charge attack. I should have done that. Actually, if I had done Official charge attacks, Official probably would have gotten a little bit more out. So I definitely should have done that, but oh well, hindsight. Yeah, I don't know. As far as Hydra options go, though, I guess let's check if, like, Yelan or Xingqiu actually work.
For justice.
You don't have energy. You have literally 0 energy. Alright then, dude. Where's some things? Oh yeah, we can try Yai. That's true.
Excuse me.
No, my sword.
Yay. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Yai might be better than Official just for the sake of being a bit more convenient. Not having to do things like charge attacks. Dory Sethos could be cool for this boss or just in general. In general, she could be an okay option. Main problem is if you're doing like Official or already, like, and you're doing 3 Electros, is that really necessary? I don't know. It could be interesting though for the energy refunding for sure. Alright, you come on. It's pretty outside right now. It's like an overcast day, but it's sunset right now, so like the overcast is kind of pink hued right now outside. Kind of pretty. Alright, sir. Also, by the way, the fact that in Natlan apparently their favorite thing to put on every godforsaken enemy is a spin attack.
Now you've got my attention.
Right.
Right now, right here. Emerge.
Is the eye not able to target it? That's interesting. Nope. Nope.
Space.
No. Yeah, so Sethos, not bad at all. Sethos not a bad option. Other than the fact that I'm dying right here. I also think when it's low on the ground, like I think the intention is when it's low on the ground, right? Now you can start to use your Yealons, your Xingqius, right? Your other Hydros, but it's still a not great mechanic in my opinion. flying pyro shield. Okay, my brain can't work. Flying pyro shield, not ideal, to say the least. So, flying pine. Can I show Sethos build? Yeah, my Sethos build is a high energy 4-piece TF build. So, anyways, yep. That boss is gonna be rough on a normal account without Furina, and yeah, on polearms only. That'll be even more rough. I don't know. It'll be an interesting one to figure out. We'll see what the exact mechanics are. That's my overall vibe, but we don't have to worry about it for about a month. Yep. Anyways, didn't expect to yap that long about Abyss things, but whatever. We achieved our goal.
For this journey.
We took a journey of fishing to get a pipe for Furina, and then concluded what I thought was the obvious conclusion, or the expected obvious conclusion, which was that Fab's still better, because energy good, but the pipe is still also pretty good. It was extremely similar for overall damage, on an invested build, to be clear. One notable thing I maybe should have mentioned, the pipe will make more of a difference the lower investment your Furina is, probably, right? Like if you're struggling to get crit rate stats in one form or another, like my build already having 84% crit rate at a baseline means I'm already pretty consistently critting, right? But if your build has 50% crit rate, I think you're going to feel the value of 16% more crit rate a bit more. So it's worth keeping that in mind. It's not a universal, Fab always better. That's all. This is my Dia team.
Time to get down to business.
So, yeah, I don't know. That enemy's gonna be weird to deal with.
Is how it must
We'll see. I don't know. I look forward to it. I look forward to challenging Abysses, personally. But there might be some people, many people, let's be real, that might really, really struggle with that Abyss cycle. So, yeah, we'll see. Anyways. Yeah, burst mode on Sethos could have been better. I'm not sure if he would have actually targeted it, though. I think he probably wouldn't. If he does target it, then burst mode might be better, yes. Just casually fishing, is there a goal? The goal was pipe. I'm guessing you just joined in, slappers. I am just ending the stream, but yes, we were fishing for this, and we got it. Yep. Yeah, no, I know that's what you said, maybe. But yeah, I don't know for sure. I think I'm good enough. I don't know if anyone wants to test. you can go test Sethos more on that. I'm relatively confident the burst mode would not target based on what we saw with the Alon and St. Cho. But it's possible it would. So, yeah. Interesting how they keep upping enemy HP but no new 5-star shielder. Healers are nice, but shielders provide more comfort, I feel like. Well, I mean, Sitlolly. Sitlolly seems like she might be that. But it's also a problem of, they made Zhongli. And Zhongli is like uber universal. So, like, Sitlolly is going to have to do more than... She's going to have to provide more buffs than Zhongli provides, right? To be a relevant unit. And those buffs can include her being a cryo unit and hopefully properly enabling cryo reactions, right? So again, that's what I talked about earlier in the stream. If Sitlolly is doing like defensive value, keeping you alive with a decent shield, with decent uptime notably, because like that's a big problem with a lot of 4-star shielders, and can do good shielding, can do a very good amount of buffing, and does good cryo application to enable making her being a cryo unit relevant. Because, like, too many times it's not even relevant what your shielder's element is. So, yeah, she needs to be pretty... I hope they don't give it up, but I don't know. We'll see. And she might not actually be a shielder. We'll find out what her kit actually is. I don't know. I think it's likely she's going to be a shielder. Layla Pro Max, except for Layla's an iPhone 1.0. Like, Layla's an iPhone that doesn't even connect to 3G. Sorry. I'm sorry. Layla's a bad character. I know a lot of people like her. I don't usually say this because I know people like her. But Layla's a bad character. And I don't feel like explaining it right now. So, I'm not saying there's not fun things you can do with her. But... She's not a very good character. I'm sorry. It's the effect. The biggest curse for a character design in Genshin seems to be if MiHoYo decides to make them a defensive unit, so that's a healer or a shielder, and they make them a 4-star. So, you know, like it's a big surprise that Chevreuse is not garbage, because Chevreuse heals, and normally they're like, oh, a 4-star heals or shields? Gotta make them garbage. So, anyways, hey, at least, I will say, like, at least Layla is going to have a place as the flex slot teammate, a very compelling flex slot teammate for Chaska teams. I think it makes the teams a little bit more RNG than Auron variations, and Auron might help you burst consistently. So I still think Auron might be better. But Layla will be competitive with it from what we've seen, like damage-wise, calculation-wise. And that's cool. So, you know, giving more use to Layla. It's not like she's a useless character, but she's not very good. And I don't feel like going into details of it other than her kit doesn't work if her shield goes away. That's her fundamental issue. And, you know, fine. This is what I'll end the stream on. Layla's, like, on top of her shield uptime being a problem, yes, her shield durability is not bad, but her shield uptime is not good, and her particle generation and cryo application and damage all requires her shield existing to get damage out of it, right? For her to do anything requires her shield existing, which means her whole kit turns off if you take damage, which means she has a situation of you potentially have to, if you're relying on Layla to do something, other than just being a shield, like you're actually using her to do cryo things, or actually using her to do whatever, to generate some particles for your team, you have to like still dodge, because you can't have the shield die, or your particles turn off, or your application turns off, or your damage turns off, and then like her entire freaking kit, other than her shielding, like what can you do with her kit? What does she do other than shielding, right? Where is she? Well, the main thing she does that I think that's relevant is that you can spec her into damage. But the problem is, if you're sacrificing stats to spec her into damage, that makes her shield more fragile, which makes her shield more likely to die. And if her shield dies, her damage goes away. And her particles go away. So then, like, even if you like, well, I spec her into burst damage, except for if she doesn't generate particles because the shield died. Like, what is this character? I don't like. She suffers from being a Sumeru 4-star. Yes. like, oh, good lord. And like her constellations are all make her do more damage, but again, her shield turns off and she doesn't do like. Her whole kit falls apart when her shield dies. But like, do you not normally want to use a shielder so you can just tank hits? But if you're tanking hits with her, her shield's gonna go away, and then her kit turns off. Like, what? So, anyways, yeah, she's made for multiplayer, I guess. I don't know. I still might do something, to be clear. I might do something with DPS Layla eventually, mostly for burst DPS. Low energy cost, HP scaling damage, is interesting. This is the most interesting part of her kit. I will probably muck about with that in the future, particularly when Shenhe reruns. So, you know, or yes, Sylveon doing on 6 Layla, on field Layla with C6 Shenhe. But yeah, I like the character's design. I like that she's a sleepy student. I get it. She's a fun character, but the kit is bad. She's a clunky, not very good character, in my opinion. And especially suffers from the fact that, like, you know, when releasing Furina increased the value of healers so much that even more so than before, shielders need to do something other than just shielding to be relevant. And she really doesn't, right, do anything that's relevant other than just the shielding. So, yeah. Anyways, I wish she was better, because she is a fun character, but she's not a good character. I think she's one of the worst characters in the game, quite frankly. And yeah, we don't even need to get into like weapon problems for her, like the HP sword problem, but whatever. Yep. So anyways, I hope it's at Lolly. is not Layla. That would be a weird surprise. I hope Listening Lolly is not Layla. But yeah, as a low investment option to get a shield to help you stay alive a little bit more, she has something. She's not useless, but you know. Anyways, yeah, I think Diona is a better balanced character. Diona's weird balance of a little bit of shielding for interruption resistance, but also a little bit of, you know, absorption damage, and healing, and good particle generation, and then EM buffing at C6. Like, Diona's an actually really interesting character. And then Layla is like, wow. We decided to make a character's kit turn off if you take damage with the shield. But then that makes it so, like, if you want the character's kit to not turn off, you can't take damage in the shield, so you just have to dodge anyways. And if you have to dodge anyways, what's the point of the shield? Anyways. So, yeah, Toma's shield is better. I agree. I think that Toma's shield having the constant, even though it's like a small shield, and you might take damage, it can be a little bit harder to survive potentially with Toma. His aspect of, like, constantly refreshing it with every, like, normal attack, whatever the delay is, gives you quite consistent interruption resistance that I find very valuable, on top of the other things Toma's Pyro might be useful for. So, yeah. Anyways. And yes, Layla suffers from being a cryo unit and cryo not being that relevant. So, anyways. Hopefully, if if you really like Layla and you want more viable ways that she feels good in, maybe Chaska is worth considering. Because she will probably feel good with Chaska. But it also won't be surprising at all if Sitlolly is just a way better version of her for Chaska. We'll see exactly what she is, though. Yeah, her design is great. I agree. It's not Xinyan's kit. I mean, yeah. Xinyan, I don't know what they're going for. I have no idea. I mean, well, no. I think they were going for a physical DPS, but then they made them Pyro instead of Electro, or, like... What? Like, why wasn't she Pyro or Electro? So that, like that's, like, usually physical DPS is ideally you want them to be Pyro... sorry, did I say Pyro? Cryo or Electro, because they can provide one component of Superconduct, at least. If you want to do Superconduct in a, physical team with Xinyan, you need to have a Cryo and Electro off-fielder, and that's bad. And yeah, her shielding is not necessarily amazing either. But at least her kit doesn't turn off when you lose the shield, I think. I had to double check, I don't remember. Yeah, I know she has split scaling. I know that. But yeah, I don't know. There's at least goofy things you can do with Xinyan. Particularly with her C6 and defense stat conversion, but whatever. Xinyan is a very weird character. Yeah. Anyways, hopefully Sitlolly is actually a interesting shield unit, and particularly for her being a 5-star, I think Mihoyo knows what they're doing. So Sitlolly isn't good. It's because Mihoyo didn't want her to be good, and because they hate cryo, quite frankly. So, like, it shouldn't be that hard. Like it's literally a matter of they make her a shielder, then she just needs to shield enough with decent enough time, generate some particles, and then do enough buff to justify her over, like, Zhongli in teams where cryo would be relevant. And then she also needs to have cryo application. Hopefully decent cryo application. Right? So, yeah. Like, it's not, I don't think it's that hard to balance that in the game. But they also hate cryo. So, yep, I don't know. And they also tend to, like, be scared of making catalyst units too strong because of, like, how good having different catalyst options are. So I don't know, maybe they'll undertune, like, maybe her shield will have low uptime because of the fact that they know people will do, like, prototype, I'm not looking at catalyst, maybe they know people will do prototype Amber on Sitlolly, because they know, like, I don't know, she's probably gonna have energy problems, let's be real. But anyway, that would even more push you towards prototype Amber or Fab. I don't know, whatever. There's probably gonna be something annoying about her kit, let's be real, because Mihoyo seems to be scared of making cryo units good, and they seem to be scared of making catalyst units good sometimes. So, I don't know. I wonder if sac frags will work on her. Hopefully. I would like that. If there's a DPS path for her to use sac frags, for a skill. That'd be cool. Anyways. Maybe she's shield main DPS like Noelle. I'd be down with that. I would be down with that alternative reality. We'll see. I don't know. So Lolly is the one I'm most curious about because there's so many different directions they could go with a cryo off-field unit, right? Pyro Traveler, some conjunction of attack buffing, off-field pyro application, of course I want from Pyro Traveler and Mawika. And I prefer that to be more in Pyro Traveler than Mawika's kit. And then, yeah, anyways, we'll see. Mawika can go sit in the trash can. I'm interested in Pyro Traveler and Lolly. Anyways, whatever. We'll see you next week. Enough yapping. I've been streaming for freaking 5 hours. It was too long. Bye.